Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Angels with Scaly Wings, and streamers with Scaly Wings. Minus a couple people. I am Mel, your lovely host and queen, and I am joined again by Dav.
Hello, everybody.
The lovely CoconutCorgi.
Hello there.
The ever handsome Aeros.
Well, hello there.
Dawnbreaker.
Hello.
Dronon with the eyebrows. What?
What was that?
That was Dronon.
and Sky. We got Sky.
Hi, I didn't come up with a line yet.
We're starting off fantastic already, everybody.
Yay!
Yes, we're already starting the blooper reels.
Yep.
Oh, I don't know. I thought that was pretty accurate for everyone.
Spot on.
So, to recap, as best as I can remember, because I am just bad at braining these things. If I remember, the start of the chapter, there was another murder. Of course there was. Yeah, it was this chapter, right? There was another murder, and we were sent off to investigate it once again. Another no-name dragon. We didn't even get to see him this time. And we went to investigate the building that had its power still out. Of course,
With a missing generator.
Yes, we found that the generator was missing, but before we could do anything else, we were shoved aside as the ceiling fixture fell down, and we came across a masked figure who we tried to chase down, but Bryce was just too thick to get past up the stairs.
Thick
Big
boy.
boy.
So, unfortunately, we couldn't catch the figure in time, and Reza is still loose. But besides that, we made more connections with Lorum, posed for their artistry, while we had a conversation with them and their roommate Ibsen. And we also met up with Remy at the library. Found out that they have an RPG game with a human monster bad guy, and who just goes grr. I hope everyone enjoyed my grrs, by the way.
And I totally missed out on it. Oh.
It's okay.
But yeah, other than that was that chapter, and now we're going to be starting chapter 3 today. The morning sun declared the arrival of a new day and woke me from my vivid dreams. Memories of my home, enclosed within the towering perimeter wall, raced through my head. The peaceful landscape outside of the apartment windows stood in defiance of these old thoughts. Rolling hills and blue sky were familiar to me now, and the purity of the sight gave me hope. Ding dong.
Well, please come with me.
Hey, Dronon didn't even need to call you on cue. What's going on? You sound serious.
The chief will explain everything once we arrive. Oh shit, here we go.
Okay. Oh, is this the chapter that Yes, it is. Oh no. It's this chapter.
Hey, Chief. Mel is here.
Thanks, Sebastian. You can deal with the situation here while I talk to Mel, alright?
Of course.
Mel, I'm afraid I've got some really bad news.
And bad news for everyone else too, the audience.
No.
What is it?
You know Anna,
Oh no.
right?
I've met her, yes.
I'm sorry, but I don't know how to say this.
Those few words were enough. Dread sank in, and I already knew.
Don't.
I ignored his words and walked past him.
Oof, boy.
So yeah, this is one of the outcomes for Anna.
Mm.
When I turned the corner, there was no mistaking her. Anna was haphazardly covered by a sheet, leaving her tail and blood-stained hand exposed. In the end, you didn't even deserve full discretion.
Are you gonna be okay?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Listen, is there anything that I can do?
Let's just get this over with. Bryce gave me a concerned look, but then nodded.
And here's more. The blood that we found on the first victim in town matches the DNA evidence found on the second victim at the power facility. Furthermore, the murder weapon and method appear to be the same across all three victims, and that's going to be a big problem for you.
Why is that?
Because with these three murders, Reza now qualifies as a serial killer. We won't be able to keep this whole thing quiet for much longer. Higher authorities, including the ministry in charge of your whole visit, will know about this soon. I have no idea what will happen once they do.
Not sure what to say to that.
I don't want to worry you, but we can be sure that action will be taken soon. I've been considering this possibility for a while, and I think it might be best if you went back to your own world for now. This way, we can take action before the ministry does. Before all this becomes public. If we wait, we don't know what they'll do or how the public will react. With everything going on, I'm sorry, but it's too dangerous for you to stay here.
No. No.
No?
This would be the worst possible time for me to leave. We've given up our PDAs and hardly have anything to show for it. We are owed several more generators. And let's not forget that Rez is still missing. If I leave now, and the only thing I return home is with my life, I'll have lost everything else. We need those generators, Bryce. I have no idea if your authorities will continue to uphold our deal, or what they do to Reza. But I'm not leaving until this is over.
If that's your decision, then so be it. Anyway, let's get back on track. I called you here for a reason, Mel. In addition to the murder, several things were stolen. Among them, your PDAs, batteries, and some components used to build the generators. Does that ring any bells for you?
Not really. Reza might have some knowledge with electronics, but I doubt he has enough to assemble any one of your generators, even if he had the parts.
Strange. Even so, it's fair to assume Rez's involvement at this point. No one else has a greater motive to steal the PDAs, especially after what happened between him and Maverick.
Unless someone wanted to frame Reza in order to sabotage this whole operation.
Would you really believe that?
Hey, I'm just saying that it's possible.
I'll shelf that idea under possible but unlikely.
Chief, are we done here?
Pretty much. What's going on?
We just got a message from the higher-ups. You and Mel are to report to the Ministry of Culture and Arts immediately.
Immediately, as in right now.
Yeah, apparently.
What's going on?
To be frank, I don't know. This is an extraordinary situation, and now that it's getting out of hand, they must want to address it.
So, the worst possibility.
If you expect the worst, at least you won't be disappointed. Sebastian, you can finish up here and go to the ministry when you're done. We'll probably have to make some arrangements after this meeting.
Thanks, Chief.
Let's go then, shall we?
Not like we have any choice.
That was quicker than expected. I wouldn't have minded waiting out here a little longer.
Greetings, Minister.
Greetings.
Shall we go inside for our official business?
No. I got everything I need right here. It gets just stuffing inside on hot days. My assistant doesn't seem to mind, but I prefer the fresh air. I'd rather just stay right here, unless you have any objections.
I don't.
I see. Well, I know I haven't exactly been up to date in regards of Reza's sudden disappearance, but what you get the message today is he is a confirmed serial killer was quite shocking. Frankly, I'm curious to why the facts of this case have been withheld from me for so long.
Simply because they weren't within your jurisdiction. The murders were strictly a police matter. Only with the amount of new evidence, namely the DNA and blood that we found, and these 3 murders now being linked together, and to him did your ministry have to become involved.
I see. So Reza's involvement is now undeniable?
I'm afraid so, Minister.
Facts are nothing to be afraid of, though. In light of all this, I'm starting to worry about my personal safety.
With our thick hides, I don't think our species has much to fear if we consider the murder weapon.
Speak for yourself. You don't think someone of my standing needs a protection?
Oh, for sure. If you're worried about your personal safety, we could definitely look into an escort for you.
Good. Considering all the murders took place during the night, I'll certainly need it. Long days are endemic in my line of work. But that's enough about myself. We now face the question of what should be done with Reza and Mel.
Sorry. Minister, we continue our hunt for Reza every day. As a matter of fact, Mel has been helping us do so for a while now.
Is that so? One human, a murderer, another a detective? Interesting. And how do we know Mel isn't following a similar plan to Reza's, whatever that may be?
Similar concerns were leveled by Reza's escort, Maverick. It was his overreaction that caused Reza to run away in the first place.
Let the human talk for once, Chief. Please, Mel, enlighten me. You and Reza came here on the same mission, and the situation has escalated beyond our expectations. What you tell me now will determine the actions I'll take on this matter. Maybe you should start by telling me your side of the events from the beginning. Reza was fine during his early days here. Things only went wrong after you arrived.
I opened my mouth, but Bryce spoke first, determined to defend me.
Arguably, the problems that caused all this were apparent even then.
How so?
Maverick suspected Reza of planning something, but I didn't think he had a case.
Well, did he?
No. What he had, though, was a suspicion. The night he followed Reza, he found both him and Mel over at the portal. The humans intended to send one of their promised generators through, but there was a confrontation that ended with both Maverick and Mel wounded, and Reza, well, running away. Reza's been missing ever since.
I read the reports already, Chief. The question is, did Maverick cause this? Or did he just fail to prevent it?
I have no way of knowing that, Minister.
I'm just standing here twiddling my thumbs, being nervous.
You just mentioned your apparent knowledge of problems back then?
Problems may not have been the right word. Let's just say Maverick's attitude was not helpful during that encounter.
Why did you choose Maverick as an escort, even in the first place?
Protection for the human ambassador was my greatest concern when I made that decision, and Maverick was the most capable individual in that regard.
Well, that worked out nicely now, didn't it? You also seem to think that Maverick shouldn't have remained Reza's escort. Is that true?
Yes. Had I paid more attention to the warning signs, this situation could have been avoided.
So you accept responsibility for the incident?
Yes, Minister.
I see. Now, let's get back to the topic of Mel. Reza was your partner in humanity's mission to come to this world. A list of criminal activities not only includes murder, but also the theft of generators, electronic components, and the PDAs your people gave to us. I understand why would reason that you could help the investigation, but we have no other choice but to be suspicious of Reza's partner. What was your motivation when you agreed to help us?
It was my best bet at finding the truth.
I thought Reza's involvement was undeniable at this point.
That may be true, but we still don't have the whole picture. We don't know if others are involved or his reasons. I just want to know why he would do all this.
I see. Well, after reading up on the whole situation and hearing both your accounts, I believe that Mel is trustworthy. Nonetheless, I think Mel presents a great risk.
Why is that?
After this meeting, I will hold a press conference to inform the public of the current situation. The people must know of the danger posed by Reza. No matter what Bryce and I think about your involvement, the public could feel differently. You, me, Bryce will have to face the backlash resulting from this information becoming public. And what's more, Mel, you might be in real danger yourself. Reza himself may come to silence you once he learns that you are helping us, or consider a public uproar for those who have questioned your involvement. All things considered, it would be the best if you return to your own world till the situation has been resolved.
I came to the very same conclusion myself, Minister.
Then, with support, this is what shall be done.
Please, don't.
You don't agree?
If you send me back now, this diplomatic relationship is over. I'd have to admit defeat to humanity. There is no way I can return without your generators, our PDAs, or Reza.
Maybe you could explain to them what a great choice of an ambassador Reza was.
But I was his partner. So in a way, he is my responsibility. I can't just go back like this.
I'm afraid that's not enough. It certainly doesn't outweigh our reasons for sending you home.
Just let me explain. I'll tell you everything. Years ago, our world was prosperous. Our technology was far more advanced than yours, even. Computers not only graced every household, but every single person. It was the age of information. Even the children had power to access the most advanced knowledge at their fingertips. With our PDAs, our interconnectedness with our people and our environment was greater than ever. From locomotion to repetitious work and household chores, many processes were automated to such a degree that, except for our jobs and hobbies, there was nothing that needed to be done by a person anymore. Even the concept of someone wielding a weapon was outdated, as wars were no longer fought by people, but machines. And then Skynet rose. I'm serious. Looking back, it was probably the single most prosperous time in human history. Exploitation of the environment and other people was at an all-time low, as was crime. Conversely, our technology advancements had drastically increased quality of life. Humans were no longer required for strenuous and repetitive tasks. Education had reached an all-time high, and many new jobs were created. General happiness had reached levels never before seen. Yet, one day, everything changed. When the Fire Nation attacked. I'm sorry. I
I
could
know.
stop.
That was just too
Attention.
perfect.
I could stop myself. A solar flare that was headed for Earth was detected by an automated monitoring system. It was determined to be so powerful that it dwarfed all others ever recorded in history. We had less than a week to prepare. Chaos hit much earlier than that, as people scrambled to shield themselves and their possessions from the incoming ion storm. On a worldwide level, power lines were switched off, satellites were reoriented in space, and planes grounded to mitigate the effects that would hit us. Despite humanity's contingency plan for such an event and all our efforts, we were still not prepared for the sheer magnitude of the solar flare that arrived. It was only then, when our race had become so dependent on technology, that we were immeasurably vulnerable against this kind of disaster. That day, a force with the power of 10 billion Hiroshima bombs was unleashed into our atmosphere. The eyewitnesses' reports from this day were varied as they were terrifying. A huge, beautiful aurora could be seen on the horizon before fireballs hurled across the sky. In some places, these lights became so bright that even those asleep at night awoke, as though day had already arrived. A coronal mass ejection by itself did not have the power to kill anyone directly, but the side effects were disastrous. After the lights in the sky arrived, sparks showered from electrical outlets everywhere, igniting rapid fires in every town and city. Facilities that stored weapons, fireworks, or other explosives became centers of widespread destruction and loss of life. During the next stage, the solar flare started to affect body modifications and caused commonplace pacemakers and nanomachines to fail. 50% of the world's population died as a result of this alone. Once the full power of the wave hit us, however, society as we knew it collapsed in one fell swoop. Power grids on Earth shut down in an instant, as did all the machines that automated our routine tasks. Long-distance communication and transport became a thing of the past. Without electrical power, the quality of healthcare plummeted, and water and sewage systems were crippled. Diseases we thought defeated centuries ago made their comeback in the most unsightly fashion. Many thought the end of the world had arrived, and in a way, it had. Some people blamed whoever their belief system would allow, anger at the gods that had forsaken them. Others pointed their finger at our lifestyle and society, not that anyone was listening. Practically, we were back in the Middle Ages. Governments collapsed and were overthrown, and the ensuing power vacuums filled with groups of people that were sometimes organized and sometimes not. The few functioning electronic devices left became rare, sought-after artifacts over which battles and even wars were fought. Of course, there were also wars over resources and territory. The weaponry used was improvised, or reclaimed from the days when humans had been present on the battlefield. It had been ages, but people returned to the old, bloody ways of war. Humanity is in shambles now. Those that I'd call family and friends now live with me in a giant, mostly self-sufficient city-state of survivors. A huge wall around the perimeter, guarded by militia, prevents any outside interference. It's the only way we can retain a modicum of order. Gangs of raiders and looters run rampant on the outside. They wouldn't hesitate to kill first and ask questions later if they had known about my PDA. Our contained community has flourished for years now. We have homes to live in, crops to grow, and livestock to raise, and still have our own automated hospital that runs on salvage generators. Lately, though, supplies have started running low, and dangerously so. The power we have is running out. Illnesses are spreading through the city, and treatment isn't as available as it used to be. Our population is dropping by the day. We took a great risk to increase the radius of our scouting missions, desperate to find something outside the wall that could help us. And you already know the rest of the story. We found the portal, and you. And now you know why this whole thing is so important to me. All our hopes lie in acquiring the generators you promised us. The act of sending Reza to me and me here has, without a doubt, already cost the lives of some people back home. Beyond the city walls is a dead zone. We haven't heard from any other settlements for months now. The state of the rest of our world is unknown. When Reza and I were sent here, my peers made it clear that this was our last chance. If anything happens to us, no more people will be sent. If we can't manage to bring back something that will help, we'll have sealed the fate of tens of thousands that live in our city.
I'm sorry, Mel. I didn't know.
If what you're telling me is true, it unfortunately does not work in your favor. As sad as your situation may be, it gives Reza a motive. Desperate times call for desperate measures, after all. In that vein, it also gives you a motive, considering the gravity of the human plight, gives you all more reason to collaborate with him.
I'm not! What Reza is doing is wrong. You can't send me away under these circumstances, because I'm the best bet at finding him.
Even so, he would still be in grave danger after he announced Reza's involvement in these murders. I cannot and I will not take responsibility for the consequences when I know the risks.
And what about our deal then?
In the wake of this new information, the sign of goodwill, we will send the generators your oath through the portal once this is over, under 2 conditions. Humanity must condemn Reza's actions, and we must reclaim the stolen PDAs.
I've changed my mind. You should let Mel stay here.
I cannot take your word under consideration in this matter, Chief. Taking onto account Maverick's actions and your responsibility for them, you will have to be dealt with separately. With my authority as the minister in charge of this human visit, it is my decision to have Mel sent back to human world through the portal.
Please.
Immediately. Chief, please arrange for an escort to take Mel to the portal now.
I could do it myself, Minister.
Well, we have our matters to discuss, Chief. I would rather get that over as quickly as possible.
In that case, one of my officers should be here at any moment. I arranged for him to meet us here.
How handy. Then let us await for this officer of yours.
It didn't take long for Sebastian to arrive. After the situation was explained, he was visibly shocked, but didn't protest when he was given the task of sending me back through the portal.
Let's go, Mel.
Don't I even get a chance to say goodbye?
Let's not waste any more time. You will still be free to send letters after you have arrived on the other side.
Just go, Mel.
Come on, then.
We were silent as Sebastian and I slowly made our way to the portal. Each step I took, I drew closer and closer to the hopelessness waiting for me in the ruins of the human world. All in all, I certainly had a unique experience alongside these dragons, and although this place was filled with just as much drama and murder as back home, I would remember this world and all the people I met. I would fondly think back to the days I'd spent in their comfortable standard of living, a shadow of how humanity used to be. Even without the generators, at the very least, I'd be returning home with a few life lessons.
What's going on here?
Lost in thought, I hadn't even noticed Andine approach.
It's none of your concern. Please leave.
Can't I even get a few? Can't I even get a few minutes before I go?
I suppose nobody's stopping us, but make it quick.
Hey, Mel? What's going on here?
Something serious happened. It looks like I have to leave.
Right now? Why?
It was the minister's decision, not mine. You'll hear about all soon enough.
Does this have anything to do with what I've been hearing? Is Reza really a murderer?
I'm afraid so.
Oh. Well, what does that make you?
I don't have anything to do with that. I was helping the police to find him.
Then why are you leaving?
Don't want me to stay here with all this going on. It's for my own safety, as they keep saying.
Well, it was nice to get to know you, at least.
Likewise. I guess I should get going.
Goodbye, Mel.
Goodbye, Nadine.
I remember her. That was the witness from Reza's first murder. Did you know her?
Yes.
I see.
A few minutes later, we arrived at the portal, standing proud as ever in defiance of the elements. How many years had the structure survived before it was found?
I hope I can remember how this thing works.
Are you joking?
Yeah, sorry. I got it.
Alright. I suppose it's time for us to say goodbye now, too.
But keep it professional. I don't like to mix personal matters with work.
He looked away, and I shrugged. Go ahead and turn it on, then.
Would you stand between the pillars, please?
Of course. Let the atom frying begin. I took my place and stared toward the horizon while I thought about what would happen now, in this world and others. Even if I made a break for it, I'd become a fugitive, no better than Reza. It would be near impossible to investigate the case by myself, while on the run in a world I knew so little about. At the very least, I took comfort in the fact that I did everything I could to help, even if it turned out like this. Nevertheless, I dreaded going back empty-handed, and return to my old life in our ruined city. Any second now, the teleportation process would start, disintegrating my body before I would reappear on the other side, back in my dying world. Hopefully together in all the right pieces, at least. I wondered if there was any risk of getting lost somewhere between worlds. We didn't really know how the portals worked, after all. Maybe I would be flung somewhere else in space-time, or it might affect my body in some way. Maybe I'll reappear with a tail. Who knows? That would be fun. I hadn't noticed any unusual changes in my body since I arrived in the Dragon's World, but I had no way of knowing if there were some potential long-term side effects. I remembered the images I saw when I teleported the first time. The vivid sights and patterns, people and situations I have recognized since then. It only took a moment to arrive at the other side of the portal, yet it felt like I had dreamed 1,000 dreams. And, during the nights I spent here, these dreams had often reappeared. Any time now, I would undergo the same experience again. I was almost relieved that my adventure was over. Things had turned out far different than I expected. I evaded danger, got swept into a murder investigation, and met incredible, intelligent beings from several different species. It's certainly been a time to remember. With that thought, I closed my eyes and braced myself for the moment that would come any second now. Any second now. But that moment never came. The next thing that did happen was I heard Sebastian's voice.
Don't update now. It's not working.
God damn Windows Vista. Are you joking again?
No, really, it's not working. Wait. Oh, what is this? Broken.
Can you fix it?
Let's look at this. I don't think so. This doesn't look like a simple act of vandalism. It looks like some parts were actually taken out.
I guess that means I'm not leaving, huh?
Not yet, at least.
Well, what do we do now?
Let's head back. The chief has to know about this right away.
We were back at the ministry before long. Emma and Bryce were still outside, as Remy approached the two of them. Davwyn,
Here are the case files, Emra.
Why, thank you.
Mel and an officer? What is this about, Emra?
That is what I would like to know. Please, officer, enlighten me. Why is my order has not been carried out?
The portal is broken.
It's broken?
Yeah. Looks like someone tampered with it and stole parts. I couldn't even get the interface to turn on.
Alright. We'll check it out once I'm done here.
I suppose Mel will have to stay with us a little longer. After all, seeing how this is an emergency situation, I will make this short. Chief, as a result of your carelessness regarding Maverick and Reza, you are temporarily removed from any duties related to humans. And given these dangerous times, you will instead serve as my personal escort until further notice. Concerning the circumstances, you will be allowed to coordinate the investigation of the portal, but after that, you are immediately to return to me and start your new task. Am I clear?
Understood.
Then all of you are dismissed.
turned to leave, Remy trailing after her.
Alright. Let's head to the portal. That includes you, Mel.
I just walked there and back. You're making me walk all the way over there again? Jeez.
Hey, we all could use the exercise.
At least riding you
they don't-
halfway there.
What do I look like, a taxi?
Of course. Out of the corner of my eye, I spied a sheet of paper on the ground. Hey, what's this?
Emra probably dropped one of the case files.
Her assistant.
You better bring that to her, Sebastian. Oh, wait. You better bring that to her. Sebastian and I will hurry to the portal. Meet us there afterwards. Got it?
Sure. I picked up the sheet and started reading. It was about what had happened when I met Reza at the portal. Of course, it didn't say anything I didn't already know. As I walked up the stairs, I wondered if it was okay for an unauthorized person to enter the building. All I knew about the place was that Emma worked here. Even looked like the same place. I did have an important document that was going to be missed, so I just walked inside, only to be greeted by an empty lobby. Oh, luckily there were some signs directing me to Emma's office. It didn't take long for me to find it, and I heard voices when I approached the door.
By the way, what happened to the scroll you brought me this morning? The last time I saw it, you did not have that tear.
I dropped it.
Tell me something new for once.
Okay, someone else dropped it.
Am I supposed to believe that? Remy, are you aware how much this costs? Repairing and replacing artifacts is not cheap. I'm afraid we have to deduct this from your wage. Again.
I see.
You are not doing this on purpose, are you?
Of course not.
You have been working for me for a long time now. I expected you to learn at some point, but you are very resistant to do so.
Not wanting to listen to this any longer, I decided to knock. There were a few seconds of silence.
Please come in.
I only opened the door long enough to hand Remy the sheet of paper. I think you dropped this outside. After I closed the door and started walking away, I heard their voices resume.
This is from one of the case files you requested. You must have dropped it.
Then why was it left outside? As my assistant, you should have paid more attention. This got into the wrong hands? Well, someone could have gotten in trouble.
I made my way back to the portal and arrived shortly after Bryce and Sebastian.
Well, I can confirm that it's not turning on.
Told you that already. The Blizzle Flatzer has been completely compromised.
Well, I just wanted to be sure.
You really think it would still work with a chunk ripped out of it?
I mean, it works in Star Trek sometimes. Just do the science gobbledygook and rewire this to that.
Exactly.
If only it worked like that. Even I don't know how this damn thing works.
Damn it, Jim, I'm a doctor.
All you gotta do is reverse the polarity.
Hey, I'm not an engineer. We don't know how the portal works. But it was worth another try. Ah, there you are, Mel.
Where's Scotty Mom? Busy drinking in 10 forward.
Well, what do you make of all this?
I'm afraid I don't know any more than you do. I'm not an engineer either.
In that case, we should start thinking about the who and the when.
There are patrols assigned to the portal and surrounding areas during the day and night. If someone tampered with the portal, they must have seen something. Today's day patrol didn't notice anything unusual, however.
Well, I guess she just missed the part about the portal being vandalized.
It'd be easy to overlook. It's a small part of the machine, and it's not like she was expected to check every square inch of it with each lap around the area.
Oh, what about the night patrol then?
Okay, Corgi.
When I went over the reports this morning, I noticed the night patrol hadn't handed in theirs yet.
Who was patrolling last night?
Let me think for a minute. Schedule always go in a certain order, so last night's would have been...
I'm gonna guess Maverick.
Oh. Damn it.
What is it?
The night patrol for last night would have been Maverick. Shit. I got wrapped up in all the recent chaos and forgot to find a replacement for him when he went on sick leave. Maybe Emra was right to take me off the case.
There was no night guard here at all?
That's right. Whoever it was had an easy time doing, well, whatever it was they wanted. I mean, look at those PCB boards.
Could it have been Maverick? If he knew no one was going to be here, he could have used that knowledge to his advantage.
He couldn't have known that I'd forget to find a replacement, though. I don't usually slip up like this.
What, Risa?
How would he have done it? He'd be cutting off his only way out.
No, he'd be doing something smart. If he has the part he needed to get the portal working again, he's in control of who gets to use it. He's cutting off our ability to communicate with mankind.
Well, you wouldn't be able to inform them of Risa's actions.
Maybe we shouldn't have kept the investigation secret for this long.
If your theory is true, that would be proof that Rez's actions are his own, not humanity's.
Hey, I already trust you on that.
Or it's a stunt to grant humanity plausible deniability.
No way. Things are too dire for the humans to take such extraordinary risk. Especially for that.
I'm sure that wouldn't be the only reason they'd benefit, though. There must be something we're not aware of.
Hang on. Maybe we're looking at this from the wrong angle. If no one was here to guard the portal, anybody could have broken it. It doesn't necessarily have to do anything with involving Reza or Maverick.
But they still have the greatest motives.
Sure, but they definitely aren't the only ones to have one. There could be private groups who are interested in the technology or its significance as a human artifact.
So, that puts us exactly nowhere.
At least as far as speculation goes. It's about time for forensics to show up anyway. Let's hope they can pull some clues from all this. Sebastian, can you take it from here? You've been just as dedicated to the case as I have. Since I'll have to be at the minister's side for a while, such a terrible thought, I'd like you to take charge of the investigation for now.
Oh, well, thanks, Chief. I won't let you down.
What's up with that anyway? Being appointed as Emra's bodyguard is as punishment seems strange to me.
Are you kidding? I could have lost my job. This is a way better outcome. Honestly, she probably did it for her own sake more than anything else, but at this point, I'm not complaining. If that's all, I'm gonna head back to the ministry. I really shouldn't be keeping her waiting.
So, what does that make you now? Temporary chief?
More like case leader. By the way, you won't need to stick around while forensics does their job. Thanks for your help. I assume you can find your way back to your apartment?
Yeah, of course.
Alright. I'll see you later then.
See you. I considered spending my free time roaming the town, but decided that it would be best to keep myself out of the spotlight. After cooking myself a rudimentary meal, I considered picking up another book when the doorbell rang. Dronon?
Hello?
Ah, there we hear you.
There we go.
There we go.
Sorry, I did the line. Hey Mel.
Yeah, you unfortunately keep cutting out every so often.
I blame Discord.
Hey, Sebastian. Do you need my help again?
We're just a small town police department, and with Rice removed from the case, our resources are thinner than ever.
I understand. So, what do you have for me?
First up is the primary witness in the latest murder, Damien, the victim's assistant. He was the one who found her body. A few things have changed since this morning, as we've gotten some additional information from forensics that warrants further questioning. I know you knew the victim personally, so you don't have to do this if you don't want to. I'll leave the choice to you. You can find her assistant at the production facility. You seemed interested in that underground building found near the portal. I realized you might actually be able to help us with that. Since it's suspected to be of human origin, your opinion would be greatly appreciated.
I guess I should add archaeologist to my resume then.
Maybe human matters consultant would be more appropriate.
Really think it's okay for me to tamper with your priceless discoveries?
Oh, you wouldn't actually go there in person. I just want you to take a look at the collected information in the archives and give us your opinion. Besides, no one is allowed to visit at the moment. The building is old and unstable, and there's a danger of it collapsing or flooding. Obviously, we don't want either of those to happen.
Flooding?
Yeah, the whole building is underground, and we've determined that there's a rather large pocket of water surrounding it. Any kind of disturbance could endanger everything and everyone inside.
I see.
We also located another witness for the latest murder. A store clerk reported seeing and hearing something, so it's probably worth it to ask him a few questions.
Okay, Don. Got it. Got it.
Here are all the details. Visit me at the department once you're done.
Sure thing. It was interesting that they still relied on me for their investigations, even after they tried to send me back to my world. I didn't expect them to allow me to help with police matters after everything that had happened. Now that the possibility of sending me back was eliminated, the advantages of having me on their side apparently outweighed the risks. Though I had to wonder, I would have to be more careful from now on. What should I do? Well, I feel like visiting the archives. Because for the other two, I was pondering Dawn. Well, actually can't remember who was voicing that. Well, we'll get to next time around. But
hey, Breaker's back.
oh,
Yes.
back.
Hey. Yeah. Sorry, I had to take a very quick phone call there. But that's over.
All right. Well, let's visit the production facility then, and
Hey, Mel.
Hello, Dav again. Lorem, what are you doing here?
I'm just fetching some of the equipment for Ipsum. He's in the middle of an experiment and really needs his stuff. He sounded very emotional, which is very unusual for him.
Stream weird restart instant ad. I can't do anything with the ads. I apologize. There is nothing I can do. Blame Amazon/Twitch.
Hmm.
Sounds like it's serious.
And you're here for important human business, I bet.
You could say that.
By the way, do, do you still accept my invitation? I have something really great planned.
Sounds great, but I'm pretty busy right now.
No problem. Really. Just let me know when you have the time and I'll make it happen. I should really be going to Ipsum before Ipsum or I really should get going before Ipsum blows the apartment.
Sure. Take care.
You too.
This should be the right place. Don, you want to voice him?
Yes, I'll do that. Can I help you?
Hello. You are Anna's assistant, right?
Assistant? You must be joking. First off, I was never anyone's assistant. Secondly, the witch is dead, so even if I was, I would have moved up the corporate ladder by now.
Oh, it feels so weird saying this part after reading those parts of the prequel comic.
Yeah, I just read that.
But you are Damien, aren't you?
Yes. Where I come from, people usually introduce themselves before they start asking questions, though.
You don't know who I am? I'm kind of a big deal, you know.
Of course I know who you are, but that doesn't mean you don't need to learn some manners. Anyway, what do you want?
Can I ask you a few questions?
What about?
Amanda's murder.
And who are you to go around asking questions like that?
Look, I'm working with the police on this matter.
And I'm supposed to believe that? For all I know, you could be with the murderer and here to find out if I know something that could implicate you.
Okay, Dev. Well, according to my information, you didn't particularly like the victim. Not only were you the last person to see her alive, but you were also the one who found her. As you may imagine, this warrants some questions.
You know what? I don't have to listen to this. I don't know who you think you are, barging into my workplace, barking questions, but if you're really here with the police, let them know that I won't say one more matter on the matter without my lawyer.
You know, back at home, that usually rouses a suspicion of guilt. You know, when you say stuff like that. I wonder if Damien was a suspicious person in general. Sorry. I wondered if Damien was a suspicious person in general, or if the rumors surrounding Reza were affecting his perception of me. Before this, everyone had talked to during my investigations had been rather cooperative. Damien's just a bit of a jerk. I mean, he sort of has reasons in this case, but he's still a bit of a jerk. Nope, not my first playthrough. I have played through it before, though I haven't gotten all the secret stuff, but... Before deciding my next move, I returned to my apartment for a moment of rest. A small piece of paper had been slipped under my door while I was gone. "Don't go to the portal," was all it said. I considered the possibility of a hidden message, but that was unlikely. The statement was blunt and quickly scrawled. Someone clearly didn't want me to go to the portal. But why would I go there in the first place? As it was out of order right now. Such an action would serve no purpose. I looked outside the window, at a portal's faint silhouette in the distance. The paper rustled between my fingers as I fidgeted with it, wondering about the message's center and significance. My train of thought was violently interrupted by a sharp burst of gunfire, echoing from the portal. I had to think fast. The gunshot ensured Reza's involvement. He was at the portal. The question was, why? If this was his attempt to flee back to the human world, he would receive a rather unpleasant surprise the moment he would try to use the portal. Or, maybe Sebastian's theories are correct, and Reza had held the part needed to repair the portal, in which case, his escape would be imminent. The gunshots themselves were another question. Was someone trying to stop him? Police patrol may have seen him, and he may have been taken by surprise. This could be another murder in progress. But all of his murders were committed with a sharp weapon before now, not a gun. He didn't want to be heard. Besides, it was only the early evening, and the town was still bustling. If Reza wanted to stay hidden, he was doing a rather poor job at it. Of course, there was also the possibility he wanted to be heard. But who would he want to attract? Police? Maverick? It could easily be a trap for those hunting him, and that technically included me, though I wasn't sure if he knew of my involvement in the investigation. It was also a very real possibility that he knew my apartment was close enough to the portal to hear the gunshot. It had been a signal for me. Regardless, the words held in my hands were unmistakable. Don't go to the portal. What should I do? Alright, folks, make your votes. There we go. Oh, right, Dav's the...
Oh, I can. Nope, I'm back. I
Great,
can.
you're back.
But Mel, you can always do /poll and make it even if Dad's not here.
Right, I know. Just easier so
Anna
that way I
has
don't have to alt
died.
tab.
If you're able to access the pause screen, it should have a menu showing your progress.
Oh, let's see that.
But you're in status.
Oh, wow.
Anna is dead.
Yep.
Remy is impressed. Lorem is good. Bryce is neutral. Adine is good. Yeah, so it shows you who died.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like it was like a static, like there was a video feed.
Yeah, and you can
Full
piss
stop,
the
everybody.
people off.
My
Oh,
character doesn't
and
care.
it shows the tarot card intuition.
Yep, that's the chapter we're on.
I don't remember what, so I chose that random.
Interesting.
It's been a long time since I played this game, and I forgot the structure of it.
So, what's our pole position?
Yeah.
Currently, everyone's going to the portal.
Don't think I ever seen a first one over your days can die. I mean, there's
Wait,
bird. There's the bird one where if you go with run route, you could die as a player, but
I mean, there's a mysterious note telling you not to go, and if you show up, you'd be like, I don't know, showing up to a crime scene, making it look even more guilty.
But yeah, Angels with Scaly Wings is not the typical, oh, you got a bunch of choices to romance.
No, I thought they would be kissing, smooching dragons.
I mean, there will be that.
That only
There
happens
will be
like 3 times, maybe. Most likely.
I
Anyways,
think someone missed the poll.
it looks like we're going to the portal.
Oh, well.
Alright.
So,
It is time.
off we go the moment my... Oh, come on, game. There we go. Sorry, I lost my... Oh, no.
You got 2 mice.
Oh,
Congratulations.
no.
Oh,
There's
no.
We got a
Something
glitch.
broke.
Oh, God, there's... No, it's mirroring in the bottom corner.
Okay, Mel, I'm familiar with this issue. Alt-tab to something else, put your mouse in the absolute top right, or sorry, top left corner of the screen as far as it can go,
Mhm.
and then Alt-tab back in again.
Oh,
It's-
re-anchoring.
It's still there. It's not...
Where is
It's,
it now? Like, where's
no.
your duplicate now?
it's not just a duplicate mouse. It's duplicate of part of the screen.
It's in the bottom right-hand corner.
It's not doing it on the actual chat, though.
I can see it in Discord.
Oh, The
The
stream.
weird.
Discord is
okay.
doing it, but the
Twitch
game
is not
in
weird.
stream is fine.
It's not doing it in the menu. It's just the screen.
So for the Twitch people who are very
No.
confused, we
No.
have a Discord stream which we're logged into, and we're seeing a bizarre, smaller echo of part of the screen on the lower right corner.
Okay, I'm gonna save it right here.
Mel? Yeah, quick save and then reload.
And yeah, let's see if loading it. Fix it.
Well, okay, I guess you can give that a shot too, but I was thinking restart the application and reload.
Oh yeah, let's quit and load then. Quit. Load.
Here we
It
go.
fucking
like
saved
the whole
it!
app.
Oh!
There.
No, kill the whole app. You have to
Okay.
restart the whole app itself.
Say that thing.
That is a Windows Direct Draw call error. I know exactly what that one is. This game is using an incredibly old drawing method of Direct Draw from Windows XP.
This was made during that era.
That would explain it. It's using Direct Draw. Direct Draw has been dead for a long time now.
Probably for good reason.
Well, it is a pretty old game.
Such weird problems. Hooking a Direct Draw is really hard.
Hey, Mel.
Mm-hmm.
Fair Trip is saying goodnight. They're heading
Yep.
out. If you want to say
Night.
goodnight to them.
Night, fair trip.
Yeah, have a good night.
And I gotta stream again. On Discord.
Looking for
Apologize for the technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Going up on
Plus a suitor that had a like automated
see it in
alarm sound.
There we
Much
go.
better.
Drama.
Yay!
Let the drama happen now.
Okay.
Go
Go
to
to
the
the
portal.
portal.
Now it's to the portal. The path I took was a familiar one by now. Even with night falling, it was easy for me to find my way around. Long, grotesque shadows stretched before me, and the atmosphere was eerie and dangerous. I couldn't tell if it was because of the evening shroud of darkness, or if the urgent situation tugging at my mind had just twisted my perception. Sorry. Excuse me. I was trying to phrase that sentence before it fully bubbled up. Ah.
Take care there, fairy.
I made it past the village border and pressed on. I was still a fair distance. There was still a fair distance to go. Suddenly, gloved hands grabbed me from behind, clapping over my mouth. I couldn't make a sound. From what I could see, it was the same hooded figure that I had met in the maintenance room after the second murder. Who did I have voiced in this before? I can't remember.
It was me.
Was it a female or was it a male?
It's too late. Maverick arrived before you did, and he'll make sure that no one uses the portal today. Don't follow me.
I was shoved to the ground, and before I could retain my composure, the figure vanished into darkness. If Maverick was still in the area, it was not a good idea to stay here. I wouldn't want to fuel his suspicions, or worse. I figured it was time to go back to the police department anyway. System, you tried to go to the portal.
How dare you?
What is this system you speak of?
You'll find out like after like the 13th run.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
There you are, Mel.
It seems you've taken a liking to Bryce's chair.
Maybe. I could get used to this.
Just see, I'm gonna just tilt it back with his feet on the desk. You know, just, this
Not
is
that
the
Bryce
life.
can use the chair.
So this is how Bryce got so big.
No Bryce, though. By the way, we have evidence that Reza visited the portal today. Someone reported loud bangs consistent with what we know about his weapon. We didn't manage to catch him, but I wonder if this stunt means he's getting desperate.
Who knows?
Now, let's take a look at what you've got for me. Oh, well, this isn't much information to go on, but who knows when it could come in handy.
I do what I can.
I know, and your help is greatly appreciated. Believe me, especially since we're so short on staff right now. Okay, that will be all for today. I'll contact you if we need anything.
Of course, of course. By the way, I found an Ixamen sphere in the park a while ago and was told to hand it over to you.
Oh, yeah, those things are really expensive. I'm sure the owner will greatly appreciate if they get it back.
I dug into my pockets, only to realize that the Ixamen sphere was still resting on the table in my apartment. Oh.
Twice in a row?
It just doesn't want to leave my inventory. It looks like I don't have it on me.
Well, if it is registered, you only need to turn it on, and you should be able to find out who it belongs to.
I already tried that, but I think it's out of batteries.
Oh, maybe we could find you a charging base then. Actually, yeah, we had one in our lost and found box.
How convenient.
Bryce keeps it somewhere around here. Let me check.
He got up and over to one of the tables. He picked up a box and from under it, and returned to me.
There it is. Let's see.
He rummaged around the box for a bit.
Well, that's strange. It's not here. I remember seeing it when I came in today, so he must have thrown it out earlier.
It seems like there's some force keeping me from bringing the sphere to people, and also from properly examining it. It's almost as if there's some sort of convenience happening.
Dun dun dun.
Dun,
Dun dun dun.
Or rather, inconvenience, but still.
We'll just check the trash can then.
Oh no, it's the idiot ball.
Right before we actually need it, too.
In reality, it's a magic 8-ball.
Quite inconvenient, that.
Well, to be fair, it's been in there for quite a while. No one's gonna miss those tail bands that have been in there for a few weeks either. But if he was going to throw it out, it still might be in the bin.
Unless it was garbage day the other day. And the plot thickens. cocked his head to the side. We both peered into the trash can that was next to the table, but it was empty.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you.
This has been an emotional roller coaster.
I guess you should have went to the archives.
If you came in a few hours ago, we might have still had it.
Oh, it's no big deal. I guess I'll just have to hold on to the sphere for now, for a bit longer.
So is the game saying that if you didn't choose the portal, you would have gotten this thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, not the portal thing, your investigation. You went to the jerk's office, learned
Oh.
nothing, but you could have went to the archives and you could have searched the trash can.
Gotcha.
Right. I'll have to get back to work now. We'll contact you if we need anything else.
Alright, sure. Take care.
You too.
Finally, a free day. What should I do? Looks like there's some messages on the answering machine. Let's see.
Hello, this is Remy speaking. I'm calling in regard to the dinner we talked about. I'll have an opening soon, and I was wondering if you also had the time. Let me know if you're interested. Have a good day.
Well, I guess that's my unofficial invitation. The question is if I want to go or not.
So you got to
So,
choose.
What are our stats with everyone?
So,
'Cause
again,
Bryce was still neutral.
our stats with
Mhm.
Remy is impressed. We have good with Lorem, and we have good with Edine. And yeah, we're
So-
still neutral with Bryce.
So we have the chance with white Davwyn and a chance with blue Davwyn.
Ugh.
Last chance with white
Shall we?
Great,
So,
white Davwyn and blue Davwyn, huh?
Is there the degrees of Davwyn? Is it Davwyn Inception?
I'm trying to remember if this is the chapter where we only get one choice, or if we could still get two choices. This chapter, I can't remember.
I don't know.
Is this a poll or is this a milk choice?
Well, we've been going with Lorem so far, so let's continue down that
Paul,
road.
It's Mel's choice or Pole's choice.
We've been
I think I would go with Lorem.
yeah. Blue David is. Oh yeah, we forgot to mention that too at the beginning of the stream. So there's a bit of a plot twist with us
yeah,
calling
we did.
with what us calling blue Lorem Blue Dav.
Lorem Blue Dav.
I almost got him flipped.
Should I do the same?
Sure.
Yes.
So, we've all been joking over and over and over again that Lorem is Blue Dav, only for me to find out Lorem and Ipsum are not placeholder names for characters. They were intentionally named that. They were characters created by a friend of ours, a mutual friend of Mehlahphuse's and mine, Goldkin. And what makes this even more interesting is they're characters he made back in 2015, and Lorem and Ipsum, the pair were like of a little comic he was making. Lorem was originally a reddish pink and was loosely based off of myself, as well as a book he was reading at the time, and I'm not going to be able to pronounce this at all. Sithris Journal Chronicle Transfiction, or Sithris Journal, a World Tree Chronicle of Transfiction Adventure. So, yeah, Lorem is basically part Dav, part that character, and part things that Goldkin himself made. And then he became a super sponsor for Angels with Scaly Wings, which at the time was called Dragon Dating Simulator, which is why I never made the connection. And since he won Super Sponsor, he had to pick a couple characters. So who did he choose? Lorem and Ipsum. So Lorem is basically me to a degree. He is Blue Dav.
Which makes it feel a bit more awkward. I'm essentially dating Dav at this point.
Someone's
so
on
I've been
the same
voicing. Yeah, so I've been voicing alternate me. This
Someone
entire
has this
time.
Twitch save that, whatever it's called.
Clip it.
Clip, yeah.
And as for Goldkin, dealing with relationship stuff as well as, the C word.
Golkin's doing quite well overall, though, and he's still about.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So yeah, I am basically playing as Blue Dav.
So,
Oh, also Lorem was originally house cat sized.
Ah,
The evidence is very lining up really well.
so yeah,
Mhm.
let's continue our path with alternate universe Blue Dav.
Yay, I'm playing AU Dav.
Hey, Lorem.
Hey Mel.
So, where exactly are we going? You mentioned something about treasure hunting, but you didn't tell me we're actually trying to unearth some human sorry. Let me try that again. I have this disease called the tongue disease. It happens every so often. Sorry. So, where exactly are we going? You mentioned something about treasure hunting, but don't tell me we're actually trying to unearth some ancient human artifacts.
Don't worry. This is going to be fun.
I just hope for the best.
I'm not sure who came up with it first. Or, I'm not sure who came up with it, but someone gave this kit to me as a present a few months ago.
You showed me the map. It was a piece of paper that had obviously been treated to look much older than it really was. Sounds like fun.
I'm glad you agree.
I'm not sure if I could be much of assistance, though. I don't exactly know much about the area.
But you're big and strong. Or at least you're bigger and stronger than I am.
Thanks for the slightly backhanded compliment there.
Bigger.
You're welcome. You can do the digging.
Oh, so manual labor for this.
You might want to remind him that you need a shovel.
Great.
Besides, I wanted to do this for a long while now, and Ipsum is always busy. So I figured this would be a good time as any.
Do we need to bring a shovel? Or do you expect me to dig with my bare, scrawny human hands?
Well, the instructions say we only need this map and a pen.
Well, what about ourselves?
I think that one's given.
I did not like that joke.
Well, then we're all set.
So, where are we supposed to go?
If this is the facility, then the place indicated is the school. Or rather, somewhere in between the school and the administrative building.
Oh, let's go then.
Here we are. The X on the map is right between these two buildings, so it might be around here somewhere.
Back to school, huh?
Not quite yet. Everyone's on summer break right now. Which is a good thing, because we really don't want you to get swarmed by all the children. They would go crazy if they saw you.
Oh, I probably die of cuteness.
All the hatchies running around you.
Cuteness overload. How does school work here anyway?
Are you talking about this one, or schools in general?
In general, I'd like to know more about how your school system works as a whole.
I see. You won't let a learning opportunity go by.
Just doing my job.
You should start looking for that treasure then.
Sure. When I looked for hints as to the treasure's whereabouts, Gorham started talking.
Right. We do have quite the education system. Different schools and districts run on their own, so when looking at details, things can vary a lot. However, there are a few things that are true no matter what region you're in. Compulsory education lasts about 10 years. There are a lot of options for schools and school systems. Choice is an important factor here. We recognize that there isn't one system that works best for everyone, so there are many options depending on what path you want to take.
That doesn't sound too different from what it used to be like in my world, but nowadays things are a bit more chaotic. Practical skills are valued the most in our city, and you aren't given a choice to do anything else. Sure, people can learn other things on their own, but it's not as if school is mandatory anymore. People just do whatever they feel like.
Did you grow up like that too?
No, I still got to experience our old education system, college included.
What was your favorite subject?
Dragons.
None of the above.
Well, what would Lorem like you most for saying?
Oh, so we're just choosing which one to get it under
We're
a scale.
dating and we have to make a good impression. Impress the Dav.
Impress
the
the
answer
dad.
is
So,
the answer is geo hoarding.
so
Math or art, one of those.
Really? Me too. I always liked trying out different mediums. I tried sculpting again recently.
what for?
Art doesn't need a justification. But anyway, it helps me visualize what the characters in my game should look like.
Can't you do that with a computer?
Sure, but working with a physical medium makes things easier for me. Instead of working with an interface, there's only my hands and a lump of clay. No technological gadgets required.
I see.
Did you find anything yet? I sure haven't.
No, I feel we must be missing something.
Maybe, but the map was clearly marked this place. You can see it yourself.
Yeah, the X definitely points to this valley.
Then it must be here somewhere.
Let's examine the walls. Maybe it has something to do with the walls?
What makes you think so?
We're clearly missing something here. So, maybe there's some sort of hint we've been overlooking. Something that wouldn't be obvious to anyone else who came through here.
They're looking for a treasure, Firewing. They're not sure what yet.
I have no idea what you're talking about. These walls don't look that special to me.
My gaze slowly went along the walls, trying to find something, anything that could have a hidden meaning. Hey, look at that.
What do you mean?
That kind of looks like an X in the wall, don't you think?
I guess so.
Maybe it's here. Maybe it's here somewhere.
Look, there.
Lorem crouched down and stuck his hand in an indentation that ran along the wall, near the ground.
Aha!
What is it? He pulled out a cylindrical, shiny object and held it up to me.
Of course it's shiny.
It looks like some sort of capsule. Maybe there's something inside.
That's going to be a pretty small treasure. He screwed it open and held the two halves of the cylindrical object in his hands. To our surprise, it didn't have any empty space on the inside. Nothing could be hidden within. Instead, the inside of the two halves were engraved. What does it say?
2J.
That's it?
Yep. It's also on the other half.
Maybe it might be coordinates, maybe?
The grid on the map had letters and numbers like that. That means 2J would be here.
Right in the middle of the forest. Of a forest, sorry.
Let's go.
Finding our spot might be a bit more difficult from here on out.
Why is that?
Don't really have any buildings or addresses as a reference anymore. Here we only have a spot in the middle of a forest.
Don't worry. I have an excellent sense of navigation. Let's hope we find it before it gets too dark, though, where things might become a lot more complicated.
I'd rather not get lost here.
You don't have to worry about anything. If there are any predators in the area, they'll see me as a better target than you.
Don't tell me there are predators in these woods.
Not really. There might be a stray or two, but that should be it. These woods are considered to be very safe.
Even if that's true, and if worse comes to worse, you could just fly away.
I guess that's true. You kinda sound like you don't like the woods, though.
I like going through walks in the woods, as long as they're safe.
Then you don't have anything to worry about here. I already told you, there shouldn't be any predators in these parts. And it's not like these woods are haunted or anything.
Haunted? Oh, that reminds me of something.
Oh, what is it?
Maybe you'll be interested in this. In our world, there was a forest that was notorious for the many suicides that took place there. It was said to be haunted by angry spirits.
That sounds horrible. But why were there so many suicides there? And why were their spirits so angry?
Well, in Japanese folklore, people have a soul, or spirit, that is called I hope I'm pronouncing this right. Recon. Upon a person's death, the recon separates from the body and goes to a form of purgatory. After certain rites have been performed, the recon then goes on to join its ancestors and becomes a protector of the living family. However, under circumstances, like the rites not being performed correctly, or dying in a sudden or violent manner, the recon transforms into a... Oh god. A
Yuri.
Yuri?
Yep, Yuri.
Yuri instead. The Yuri can return to the physical world and haunts it until it has been laid to rest. So, there you go. Another myth for your collection.
Well, I know you're not. Well, I know where not to go for my next vacation now.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to visit either.
That makes two of us.
What do you think about stuff like that?
Paranormal stuff? You know, until a few weeks ago, humans were still just a myth. And if we look at the portal, it's like something that came out of science fiction.
Gibson certainly seemed to be interested in it.
He is. He actually read up on some new theories about it.
Like what?
You remember him telling you about different branches and how the barrier separates them, right?
Yep.
So, since the barrier is made up of wormholes and using the portal displaces them, it leaves gaps in the barrier.
I distinctly remember him talking about something like that, yes.
Through these gaps, he thinks that we can communicate with our alternate selves in other timelines.
How does that work?
It all goes into the nature of existence itself.
Oh, please don't put me through existential crisis now.
The mini Mel's theory. Who you are as a person? Sorry, let me try that again. Who are you as a person? Do you think you are just the Mel from this branch? What about the ones from all the other timelines who have made other decisions?
They suck.
One of them has a working sphere, though. Do you?
Shut up.
Bam, son. Bam.
Multi-mel.
Would you consider yourself to be the same person as them? The only difference between you and the Mel and another branch may be that you decided to skip breakfast this morning.
I don't know. Maybe one of them is a dragon. Maybe one of them is an alligator. Maybe one of them could be anything else. I don't know.
Lucky Gator. Maybe you are all of them.
Oh god, Chimera Mill. How is that possible?
Like a seed from which many roots can sprout, or a tree and its branches, there may be a uniting factor that branched off into these different timelines, your fundamental nature. You might call it a soul or something similar, but the idea is that even though there are many different versions of you, there's an aspect that unites all of you.
We're all gold. Except for that one weirdo that turned blue that one time. I'm totally referencing the various forms of my furry self.
Mel, aren't you known for transformation?
Yes, that's what.
the mini mills.
I tend to think that each transformation pick or story I write is in a different universe of its own. So it's like
So many AU mills.
This is reminding me of a theatrical play called Possible Worlds, and there's a character who claims to be able to see himself in multiple realities simultaneously, and in one of the scenes he's holding up like a vase, and someone says, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "Comparing it." "What to?" "Itself."
Damn. That is literally Vash's story in roleplays. Nobody has figured that out yet in any of the roleplays he's in.
Who?
They did a character of mine, Vash. He's very eccentric, and nobody understands why he does the things he does. It's because he exists in multiple universes, and he knows what he sees in every other alternate universe. So sometimes he knows things that are going to happen just simply because it's happened in every other universe that's slightly ahead. That he goes, it's very likely that this is going to happen again, so he can assume something's going to happen and gets really surprised when he realizes he's in a universe that it didn't happen in.
I just thinking about variants and Loki, pruning of trees.
There was one character Vash drove crazy because he knew about their secret identity really far in advance, and they didn't understand why, and it was because in an alternate universe they didn't disguise themselves.
wibbly wobbly, timey wimey stuff.
You just gave me the worst deja vu.
Anyways,
You've been in this place before?
let's continue.
Yep.
A part of myself that stands over me, kind of like a superego.
An interesting comparison. If we use a similar model here, then you can say that you are also made up of 3 distinct parts. In each timeline, you have a physical body which is driven by your own base desires that it seeks to fulfill. All physical needs like hunger, thirst, and even breathing all fall under that category. However, there's also free will. You are also capable of making your own decisions. That includes the ability to act contrary to what your body is telling you.
I mean, I do that constantly.
This ability to think and make decisions on your own, or on your own, is your rational mind, the self.
I'll collect the raincorn. Alligator Loki. Yes.
Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. God, yeah, we're doing the Loki thing now.
Yep.
I don't think the Gator Loki thing is cute. It's like they could have come up with anything, but nope, Gator Loki.
Well, it worked.
So we're gonna
Good to go,
put
Mel?
someone up in here.
And lastly, there's the third part I just talked about, the one that stands above all of you and unites you in some way. Let's call that your higher self. Through this higher self, you may be able to communicate with your alternate selves in some way. Usually the barrier would prevent this, but through the gaps, communication becomes a possibility. The more gaps there are, the easier this should be.
Or maybe in the case where the you is really being controlled like through, say, like a video game of some sort.
A thing called a player.
Yes, the fourth wall that's being broken.
No, it's not actually broken in this game.
It's not being broken, it's just being nibbled on.
It's being moved around with wormholes.
The third wall has been absolutely shattered, but the fourth wall is still holding up.
There's just a few snout prints on it is all.
It's
Gav's been nibbling at the corner.
And how do I go about doing that?
I suppose that would be the job of the higher self.
Yes, put all the effort on me. the player. Oh, wait, that's the purpose of video games. Never mind, let's keep going.
Continue.
So, I can't control it?
These are all just theories. We wouldn't really know until it happened. Only then could we study it.
If it was to happen, how would I know?
If someone else's experience gets relayed through this connection to you, it could manifest in a number of ways. Maybe it could be something like deja vu, or a false memory, maybe even dreams. Dun dun dun.
Don't drink the milk in the fridge, it's expired.
By 2 months.
I have you beat. It was 3.
The biggest difficulty would be to recognize this phenomenon as happening in the first place.
It's certainly quite out there, you have to admit.
Sure, but quantum mechanics is really complicated enough. Or, let me try that again. Sure, but quantum mechanics are already complicated enough. Once you look at what lies beyond, it's just crazy territory.
Yep, it's all just string theory.
It's all just a theory. A game theory.
Thanks for watching.
And
Hey,
cut.
no, we're going to keep going here. So stick
It's-
around. We're not in.
In string theory, you have a tangled up mini Drake.
What do you think about all this?
I think it might already be happening.
Really?
Just think about it. If the possibility of it ever happening is there, then it's more than likely that it already has.
I'm not sure I follow.
Let us assume that this is an average timeline. The portal's been found by both our people, contact has been made, and now you and Reza are both here for a visit. A few letters were exchanged before you and Reza were sent here, so that means the portal has already been used a few times. Using a portal once might only make an infinitely small effect on the barrier, like poking a hole in a castle wall with a needle. However, if you multiply this by nearly infinite number of possible timelines in which the same event has happened, the effect must already be noticeable. Of course, some people may be more suspicious to this than others, or susceptible to this than others.
You think you've already experienced it?
I don't know. I've been having weird dreams lately.
Me too, honestly.
Really?
We're just entering a clearing, and from my view, I could see some odd lines that had been drawn on the ground. Hey, I think this is the spot.
Why do you think so?
Well, the giant X in the ground kind of gives it away. Oh, right. Lorem took flight with a few flops of his wings. After looking at the scenery from above, he returned to me.
You're right. It does look like a giant X.
Guess it's time to get our hands dirty.
That may not be necessary.
What are you talking about? He went to the center where the lines crossed and picked up an object that was lodged halfway into the ground. He returned to me once more, holding another capsule similar to the one he had found near the school. We have to go back to the town after walking all this way. I'll...
And it's open. Apparently we're going to 6K now.
And where is that?
There's an abandoned store on the other side of the forest. That's where we're going.
That just means the way back is going to be even longer.
Well, this doesn't look good.
Are you sure we should even be here?
This is the place indicated by the map.
I was talking about the building being roped off.
Maybe that's just part of the game.
Recreational trespassing.
Is the flooding part of the game too?
Hey, you can give up if you want to. I certainly won't. Now, are you going to help me or not?
I guess. I just didn't expect that I'd have to get wet for this.
Oh, part of being a treasure hunter.
I'd have brought extra pants then if I knew this was going to be part of beat treasure hunting. Let's just look for the X.
Sure.
Lauren flew up high. Lauren flew up to the light fixtures to get a view from above, while I checked out the shelves.
I remember when we could still shop here.
What happened?
Apparently the area had a problem with flooding.
You don't say! What tipped you off?
All right, Nicolas Cage.
I can see that.
So much work and resources are needed to erect a building like this one, and in the end, it just gets abandoned.
We have plenty of empty buildings where I come from.
Oh, really? Not sure if that's a good reminder of home, though.
Oh, at least we don't have a problem with flooding. I nearly got sent back, by the way.
Wait, really? Why?
Political reasons. Oh, I don't think I'm supposed to talk about it.
You just did. Is it related to the announcement they made about Reza?
Maybe.
Huh. I guess things are getting pretty serious then.
They are.
Have you found anything yet?
Not really. Just wet cardboard, wet socks. Mine, by the way.
Maybe it's under the water.
You think so?
It's certainly not anywhere near the ceiling. I've already checked there.
And I found nothing near the walls or the shelves.
It could be hidden beneath the floor tile or something like that.
Oh, you're right.
Let's do it.
Alright, we'll do it. Without hesitation, Lauren vanished beneath the water's surface. I breathed in deeply, crouched down, and began looking underwater as well.
Hope that
Oddly
water's
clean
reasonably
water.
clean.
I looked around, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary to me. Just as about to resurface to get some air, I heard a splash accompanied by a loud thud. What was that? Lauren? Everything was quiet as I looked around for my companion. Suddenly, I heard fractured knocks coming from a shelf that was lying on the ground, half submerged in the water. I realized that it was still standing when we came in earlier. As I wandered over to it, it soon became clear that the knocks were coming from beneath. Lauren? Quickly, I mustered all my strength and grabbed the shelf. lifting it up until it fell over to the other side with a loud splash. Lorem resurfaced, gasping for breath. What just happened?
I was looking underwater, and suddenly the shelf fell down on top of me.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I think so. My leg hurts a bit, but that's about it. But I totally saw something. Let me show you.
Without waiting for a reply, Lorem dove down into the water again, resurfacing just a few seconds later, holding an ominous metal box that had a large X on it.
This should be it.
Let's hope it's waterproof, though.
From the looks of it, it is. We should go outside, though. It'll be hard to read anything in here.
Sure. Anything to get myself modicum of dryness. Well, what's inside? Lorem held up the box to me. I took one of the sheets of paper that were inside and started reading. I think these are pizza vouchers. Lorem was holding another sheet, which he started reading aloud.
Congratulations, you solved Pantoni's Pizza annual treasure hunt. Remember the code word enclosed for an instant rebate on your next order and a chance for a grand prize. You could be the lucky winner for a year's supply of Pantoni's Pizza. This competition will run until... Oh.
What is it?
It's expired. The treasure hunt, the contest, it apparently all ended months ago.
So he nearly drowned not only for pizza tickets, but for expired pizza tickets.
That someone had to a
Yes.
place in that abandoned store that was quartered off for flooding reasons.
It was probably not abandoned when it was initially first brought in.
Maybe.
Probably.
Being under the water, it probably was there before the flooding, yeah.
Yeah.
He said he was putting it off for a long time. Honestly, I was surprised none of the other clues got destroyed.
Can we still get the pizza?
Well, I don't think that offer's still valid.
I mean, we could still get a pizza regardless. This whole thing has made me really hungry.
It was on display in the bottom of a locked filing cabinet stuck in a disused lavatory with a sign on the door saying, "Beware of the leopard."
Naturally, it was the first place I looked.
I suppose this concludes our treasure hunt.
What do we do now?
Maybe we can see this experience as another reminder that the journey is its own reward.
I still prefer,
Getting crushed by a shelf.
I still prefer the pizza. Or that the early bird gets the worm?
You really want some pizza, don't you?
Yes. That makes me wonder, though. Why didn't they get rid of the hints in this box when the contest expired?
They must have realized that people may still they must have realized that people may still have these kits at home, even when the contest is over. If people went out looking for a hint in the woods, and it wasn't there anymore, they might look for hours until they decided that there was nothing to find.
Yeah, but you left one of them in a flooded building, and you almost died in there. They could have at least made an announcement saying, "Hey, contest is over. Stop. Kits are useless now," or something. Just seriously.
Yep.
Or they just didn't care. You know. I'm slowly starting to lose hope in Pentoli's Pizza. Thing is, here was really negligent. Who knows what could have happened if to you if I wasn't here. Maybe this whole building could crash down on the next unlucky people who end up here.
Maybe that's why they roped it off in the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah. You think? But I thought it was part of the game. Maybe they should have put up a sign or something. While I was talking, Lauren walked towards one of the wooden poles that was used to rope off the building. He picked up a large rectangular object from the ground that was hidden in the grass. It was a wooden sign.
Warning. Do not proceed past this point. The treasure hunt has concluded and there is nothing more to find. Danger ahead.
You could find the treasure, but not this huge sign? What does this say about us?
I'm not sure exactly.
That we rolled a nat 1 will cross the border, but we rolled a nat 20 when looking for the treasure, apparently.
Yep.
Your hoarding is hard.
Gotta love those perception rolls.
We should probably head back before it gets too dark, though. We still have to go through the woods again.
Alright, let's go.
Do you want to pick up some? Do you want to pick up some pizza on the way home?
I don't know. Maybe Subway, maybe. You have Subway here? Oh, no, we still have another visit to do. So, I guess we'll go with the other choice. Let's meet up with Remy.
I have a feeling at this rate you're going to end up with Remy's affections. Lorem is good. Remy is astounded or something.
Intrigued.
Impressed.
Impressed, that's it.
Now kiss.
So the bigger white Dav. Thank you again for coming, or thank you again for helping me the other day. Without you, I would have been trapped sorting books for a few more hours. Inviting you over for dinner is the least I could do.
Potato. Just potato.
Potato. What?
Potato.
Anyways, it's no problem, really. It's no problem, really. Besides, I'm also here to learn more about your kind. Spending some time in the library is only appropriate.
Well, my gratitude is yours regardless. Anyways, is there anything in particular you would like to eat?
Pizza.
Oh, Dawn really in the chat. Wouldn't that be Dragway? You could have said that out loud.
Durgway, eat flesh.
Ah, yes, the third.
Oh god! Oh god! They really go hard with the innuendo with this one.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, I know why.
I honestly thought the previous encounter was going to
We're
end
going
with a
there right
shower.
here, right now, eh?
Well, hey,
Oh.
I've been watching their maws. Most of these guys are carnivores.
Nom nom nom.
oh god! So let's stop. Anything will do.
I happen to have some nice steaks left. How does that sound? This might take a while. Make yourself at home.
With those words, Remy walked into the partially walled-off kitchen. There was no door, so I saw him open the fridge and take out 2 steaks before he set them on the counter. Soon after, he was preparing the various ingredients with his somewhat clumsy paws. He was silent for a moment, then lifted his snout and looked at me from over the partition. What is it?
I was just thinking about something.
I could help cook if you like.
Oh no, don't worry about that.
Alright. I looked around the apartment as Remy cooked. I couldn't help but notice the almost mesmerizing tidiness that permeated the space. Shelves were filled with books, scrolls, magazines, and other various trinkets. Suddenly, the repetitious noise of vegetables being cut ceased as Remy returned from the adjoining room.
I'll be back in just a minute.
He went down the hall and vanished through the bathroom door.
I
Oh,
rummaged through his things.
Don't go breaking more of his computers.
Escape while I still can. You're so mean.
Don't go.
Don't go to
through
the
his
bathroom.
bedroom.
What about the pictures?
Well, we can look at the pictures though. I picked up one of the framed photos to examine it more closely. It was a red dragon. I guessed that it was a female of young adult or college age, though I wasn't sure, as it was still hard to tell without looking at the obvious signs. Her crimson-scaled head was adorned with frills that ran down from the back of her neck. It wasn't familiar to me. Let's examine the shelves. I moved over to the shelves and idly looked through the books and scrolls. Nothing particularly interesting caught my eye. From the titles alone, it seemed all genres were more or less represented, fiction and non-fiction alike. The scrolls were neatly sorted in holders, though I couldn't make out the logical consistency behind their arrangement. Anatomy, huh? Let's check that one out. I'm not quite sure what I expected.
Was that what I thought it was?
It looked like a heart to me.
Honestly, I couldn't tell what that was.
I don't know if that was an ear or a cloaca.
I don't think it was cloaca.
I doubt it was the other one.
Anyways, look at the
You
pictures
still have
again,
the
or
option of looking at pictures.
Yeah, apparently. The second picture showed Remy in his typical attire. Tie, glasses, and all.
It took you a long time to look at that one picture.
Well, I did look at 3 things, so. The bathroom door opened and revealed the white dragon. As he approached, I felt my stomach grumble quietly. I barely heard the muffled sound, but when I saw Remy's ears perk, I realized he had more sensitive ears than I expected.
Hungry already, I take it.
Don't lift your shirt. I've done it before.
What?
It goes badly. Trust me. It just.
That is such a weird option.
Aha.
I know what's going on.
Anyways, I suppose so.
Although, your stomach already answered that question for you.
After entering the kitchen once more, I saw the dragon look over the kitchen partition again. Mouth opened a little, as though he were going to speak, but his brow scrunched with hesitation. Before I could say anything, he shook his head and continued to cook. Soon, I heard the sizzling of frying meat, as the delicious smell of steak wafted into the room. Fueled by its fragrant odor, I slowly lost myself to daydreams as I closed my eyes. I hope you guys all ate recently, by the way. Fortunately, we don't get visual food porn to make ourselves eat more hungry, but still, descriptions can still help.
I can't eat my crackers. I keep talking drinky voices.
Is something wrong? You're salivating.
It's nothing. I was just thinking about something.
Well, the food is ready. Enjoy.
I looked down and saw that the plate was already in front of me, piled with steak and vegetables. Remy was already eating, so I took the knife he had provided. I cut off a small corner of my steak. Then, I pierced it with a fork, its 3 prongs penetrating the flesh unrelentingly. Slowly, I raised it into my mouth, and my tongue glided over the bare substance briefly as it entered my lips. I took the first.
Hey, Mel?
Yes.
Deserves an aura.
That in its own right.
Well, someone has to donate the points then for it, so.
He gave you cutlery. I remember this comment before. They said that they had knives, but they didn't have forks.
Oh, god damn it, Jordan.
Maybe he's like a human researcher. Who knows? Maybe he has it at home.
Or he got an artifact just for her.
I'm surprised no one has taken a look at the other new one I've added in. Anyways.
Oh,
So-
wait.
Yes,
Dronon redeemed
I know.
the RR.
I saw it on my phone. The thing does appear in my phone chat.
That's the point.
So, thank you, Jordan, for requesting a aura. You
Well, the other
still.
one is so uncharacteristic.
What is the
I mean, I support it, but it kind of wouldn't feel right.
I'm on my phone because I had to switch because it's getting very hot. So the computer's a little warm for me. So what is the other one? I'm curious.
Well,
It's a capital O with a little W followed by another capital O.
Oh, that's a special word, I guess.
I made it even more expensive. Anyways, where was I? Oh yes, I took the first bite. A delicate, crisp exterior with a much softer and juicy inside. It melted on my tongue like butter as the taste spread to even the remotest corner of my mouth. It was almost perfect.
Trying to regain composure. So, what were you thinking about?
Huh? Remy's words snapped me back into reality.
you said that you were thinking about something.
So, do you live here by yourself?
I do. Honestly, you were the first person to visit in quite a while.
He spoke softly, and his gaze wandered. Oh, I see. Well, thank you again for inviting me. Why do you use a stove to cook?
That? Oh.
Oh, why do you use a stove to cook? I mean, can't you just use your fire?
Well, for one, not all of us have that ability. Besides, we still appreciate the convenience that comes with appliances like this one. And not everyone wants to eat food cooked with someone else's breath. Breathing in fire indoors is also a little unsafe.
I see. Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. So, I looked at some of your scrolls.
Oh, which ones?
The ones on anatomy.
Well, I do have a variety of books and scrolls covering all kinds of different subjects.
I saw as much. You may have heard that I have a degree in biology, which is one of the reasons why I was given the honor coming here in the first place. As such, your anatomy is of higher interest to me, and one of the things I'm supposed to study.
My anatomy?
Whoa.
So, no, are you gonna play doctor now?
I was talking about your kind in general, not you in particular.
Oh, in that case, I might be able to find you something that's more comprehensive than a handful of scrolls.
I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, I still have options. So,
Yeah.
So I met with Emma recently.
You met my boss?
He was hanging around Tetsu Park.
She certainly does that a lot. Let me give you one piece of advice. Don't ever work for a politician.
Well, yeah, they forgot the murders?
Or just
Yes, that's
cut
something
it
you
off
talk
right
about in
then
polite
and there.
conversation.
Probably nothing in particular then.
Yeah, nothing in particular.
Anyways, how do you like the food?
It was delicious.
Oh, thank you. I suppose you learn to cook as well when you live on your own long enough.
Soon, both our plates were picked clean.
I guess I judged your portion correctly. Unless you want more?
I'm good, thanks. Well, that was an interesting steak. What kind of meat was that?
Those were Arrock steaks. Are you familiar with that kind of animal?
I may have heard of Orochen before.
They are rather large bovine animals characterized by their horns and body shape. We get a range of products from them, from meat and milk to subproducts like butter and cheese, in addition to leather, felt, oils, and creams. We even use their bones and horns for a variety of things.
Oh, cow.
That sounds similar to an animal we have back at home. Speaking of
Actually-
unfamiliar creatures,
Orok is, I think, an archaeological or prehistoric animal.
shh.
Oh, I know those. Those are called the Uroks. Yeah. The
Speaking
wild
of unfamiliar
Uroks.
creatures, why don't you tell me more about your species?
Let me just step in with that. I remember these. The Urok. The Urok were what we got cows and bulls from. People keep saying about how Europeans, quote unquote, got it easy because they had sheep and cows and horses. Well, sheep and goats came from a very nasty animal that was goat-like, but our modern cows and bulls, they came from the wild Uruk, and those were nasty critters. They were huge. They did not have very much meat on them anyways for the fight you had to go through. They were like closer to being rhinos than freaking cows. They were not easy to domesticate and breed.
Oh boy.
So, like, when you think of a bison, think of a bison being the little guy.
Mm-hmm.
So they have prehistoric food.
Not even prehistoric. They've been, like, mankind's been around a long time with these critters. We only made them with modern day cows in the last, I think it was like half a thousand years. So, like 500 years ago or so. Any case, are you referring to me? Are you referring to me or all of us? Our society is comprised of a number of different species, which you probably have noticed by now.
I guess all of you. Let's start with the basics.
I'm sure you're aware, but unlike mammalian aurochs, we are reptiles. Though this makes me wonder about you. Based on your fur, I'd guess that you are a mammal, but you're very different from other mammals we know.
In the same vein, you don't share many characteristics with our reptiles back home. And by the way, you don't have fur, but hair.
What's the difference? Actually, the second term is exactly right.
Yep.
Fur has a set length, whereas hair will just keep growing. Fur has a set length, it will grow, whereas hair will just keep growing, so we regularly cut it.
Is that so? Interesting.
So I don't know why we evolved that way.
We developed
Yes.
a mutated gene that, for whatever reason, turned off the function that causes our hair follicles to fall out when they reach their total length, so they just keep going. And the mutation was supposedly beneficial, because we still got it.
At least it stayed at the top of her head for the most part, not. So I mean I am aware of the genetic mutations that can occasionally happen with our body hair too.
When you're in your 40s, that functionality malfunctions.
Don't remind me.
I mean, I'm already experiencing one form of malfunction already early on, aka the stop of growth altogether. But let's not get in there.
Moving right along.
Stop
If I hear-
functioning us.
I was wondering something. Are you wearing all those coverings to make up for a lack of hair?
I suppose that's one reason why humans wear clothes. They also provide warmth and protection, and are used to differentiate us from one another. Sometimes, uniforms are used as identification. Other times, clothes are just ornamental. What a person wears can tell us something about the person itself. Also, we have have certain. We've grown up to learning certain laws that we shouldn't be seen as naked around each other and all that. And that unless in private times. Yeah.
Ooh.
That sounds complicated. We also have uniforms and wear things for ornamental reasons, but our uses aren't quite as extensive.
Brings up another interesting question. Are you endo or exothermic?
We produce our own body heat.
That is unusual. Where I come from, all reptiles are exothermic. Unless you count birds as reptiles, I guess.
But none of your reptiles are sentient, correct? Maybe it has something to do with our different brain structures.
Maybe.
Now that you've been in our world for a while, what do you how do you like it here?
Oh, I like the people.
Well, that's good to hear. Cultural differences can make things very difficult sometimes, even within the same species. I'm glad that things are working out so far for you. Oh, I just remembered. I was able to save my game after all. Your interference was only a minor setback.
I'm glad to hear it.
I was quite relieved when I found out. You know, if that hadn't worked out so well, I would have had considered making you play up to that point again for me.
Mel, next time, try harder.
Break it fatter!
I wouldn't mind playing some of your video games.
Is that so?
Yeah, they're fun. I'd like to see what kind of games you have here.
I'll keep that in mind. Perhaps I can show you sometime. You know, I'm glad you're here. Since you arrived in our world, we haven't really had the chance to sit down and talk.
I agree. It's been a busy time for me, as you can imagine, with stuff happening. But let's continue with that. Yeah, so it.
Oh, of course. Thanks for taking the time to pay me a visit. I always have so many things to take care of that it's hard for me to find the time to do anything simple like this.
At least it worked out this time. You do have a point, though. I don't really know that much about you. I know where you work, but most of our conversations so far have been revolved around things other than you and me. Why don't you tell me a little bit more about yourself?
I don't really like talking about myself.
Why not?
I guess I wouldn't know what to say. I'm not really that interesting.
I don't believe you.
There's also that uncertainty of knowing how the other person will react to something I say. I don't want to embarrass myself.
Hey, at least you told me that. That's something.
I suppose. Anyway, now that you've seen my apartment, I'm wondering what your home on the other side of the portal looks like.
It's better than a hole in the ground, I'll say that. It's nothing special. Yours is prettier. Actually, everything here looks nice in comparison to back home.
Is that so?
In some ways, I'm not really looking forward to returning. But it's not like I have a choice in the matter.
I suppose you could always visit if you wanted to.
It wouldn't be that easy, I'm afraid. There was an extensive process involved for selecting who would go through the portal, and I was the only one of many applicants. I'm still surprised that I ended up being chosen in the first place.
Well, at least you're here now.
Indeed. So, what have you been up to since the last time I saw you?
You mean since I went into the kitchen to cook the steaks?
Yes, very funny.
I'm just messing with you, Mel. With all the talking, I totally forgot about dessert.
Oh, god damn it. Ooh. Well, I'm up for some dessert.
And then I have just the right thing for you.
Strawberries!
I'll just be a minute.
He neatly stacked our dishes before he took them into one of his forepaws and went back into the kitchen using his other 3 limbs. I couldn't help but think that it would look pretty awkward. When he returned, balancing a plate with a rather attractive cake slice in a similar manner, I realized he would have to make multiple trips to carry everything to the table. I get up to help him. As soon as I stood up and moved towards him, he made a strange face and spoke up.
No. Please, sit down. I can handle it. You're my guest after all.
Not wanting to upset him, I sat down again and waited. Once he placed the first cake slice on the table, he went back to fetch the other. When he approached the table a second time, though, one of the tiny dessert forks started to slip off the plate. Remy reached with his free forepaw in his attempt to save it, but lost balance without its support and fell over. In an instant, the plate, fork, and cake slice flew through the air. The dish and the silverware clattered as the pristine cake crumbled into a sad heap on the floor.
Oh. Aww.
Oh, poor Remy.
Finally, I get to see his lower half. No wonder he's struggling.
For a moment, there was just silence as Remy and I looked at the result of his blunder.
I'm sorry, Mel.
Don't need to apologize.
This isn't just about you and your cake. This always happens to me, no matter how hard I try. You have proper hands, and so do some of the other species. How can someone like me be a librarian? Not a day goes by without me dropping a scroll or unfurling it across the room. But the customers don't care, or pity me too much to say anything. It's just a common sight for them, after all.
This is about Amaranth, isn't it?
I guess it is. I just don't see why someone like me got to be a librarian when there were others more qualified for the position, or who are at least capable of not dropping inventory on a daily basis.
She makes fun of you for it, doesn't she?
I knew it. I mean, why else would she have me do these tasks all the time? Sorting books, carrying things from one place to another. I shouldn't be doing that. I shouldn't work somewhere where my worth is only in the entertainment I provide.
Why don't you look for a new job?
These positions have terms, similar to those of ministers. If I ended my employment prematurely, it wouldn't look really great.
How long do you have left?
A while.
Can't you report her to a superior or something?
Not really. It's not like I can prove anything. Her public and her private demeanor are two very different things. It would be my word against hers. I just wanted to have a nice evening with you, and it ended up like this. I shouldn't have brought it up.
Don't worry about it. I still think it was a nice evening.
Maybe I should stop being such a sourpuss then.
Hey, I can help you clean up.
Thank you, Mel.
I got you, boo.
We cleaned up together, and by the end, he seemed to be in higher spirits. Afterwards, we said our goodbyes and I left. Not sure what to think.
You should get him a little cart.
Oh,
The night sky looks great today.
loss, passion,
Passion.
superstition.
Superstition.
Interesting combination.
And look, there's a little dragon right there.
Yeah,
And-
but that looks
Bang,
like there's
bang,
another
bang.
body.
I also heard gunshots.
Well, I wanted to say you're a good egg.
Well, he's more an egg.
I awoke with my eyes fixed on the ceiling wallpaper. A sense of dread lingering from a nightmare I no longer remembered. How many more times would I see this apartment before I returned to my own world? Or before something happened to me? I got ready for the day and tried to shake off those thoughts.
Ding ding.
Hey, Mel.
And right on the minute. You show up at this time of day every day, like clockwork.
Clocks are reliable, and reliable is good in this line of work. I've got something for you.
Please don't tell me it's another dead body.
It's a dead body.
An envelope from the facility. Oh, these are the results from the test Anna ran on my blood. You must have said this before she was... No, it's no use thinking about that now. Maybe the test results will be able to help us. Let's see. Remarkable similarities in genetic makeup, particularly in the brain structure. Oh, I suppose this isn't the only reason you're here.
The chief will explain everything once we get there. Let's not keep him waiting, shall we?
Who's dead this time?
Oh, before we continue, I'm going to quickly check my status.
How can they tell your brain structure from a blood sample?
Oh, by the way, we got the blood. We got the blood. Also, Remy's
That's
now,
interesting. Yeah, Remy dropped to good.
and now
Huh.
Lorm's impressed.
Well,
Curious.
you could have answered some of those questions just a little bit better.
Mhm.
But look, it says scenes played 3, scene played 2. Spending the most time with Ipsum.
Lorem, but yeah.
Anyways,
That's what I meant. Sorry.
we arrived at a place that would look like an ordinary house, had it not been for its extraordinary size. It reminded me of more of a hostel than a family home.
I think the mailbox is broken and I just tied the sticks together.
Chief!
Ah, there you are.
Wait, weren't you supposed to be with Emerald?
Luckily, she doesn't work every day of the week.
Who's going in that gray square? That was someone who was in that gray square. There, Firewing. Gray square means that the character that's supposed to be in that spot is no longer
Dead.
appearing in the rest of the game. I see.
Anyway, we're nearly done here, so I'll keep it short. Reza broke into the hatchery. There is another murder victim, an employee of the hatchery who was on night duty. Her body was found quite away from here. There's evidence of a struggle, but she covered a lot of distance before, well, it was ultimately over. Loud bangs were heard from the area where her body was found. And she has numerous wounds consistent with both of the wounds of the previous victims that the other weapon he has.
By this point, use of another corpse didn't have the same impact anymore. He was just another one of Reza's faceless victims. A hatchery? Is that what this building is?
Well, not only. It's a council-owned building, and they like keeping everything related to their sector under the same roof. So, besides the hatchery, there's also an orphanage and a family clinic inside. There are also offices related to the administration of those services.
That reminds me of the protection facility.
Oh, it should. They have a similar management structure.
Look, guys, can we get back to the case?
Oh, sorry for the interruption, Chief.
Wait a minute. If an orphanage is in here, there too,
There are no other casualties, but Reza got something else when he broke in. A generator, as well as a few eggs. Luckily, the power was restored before anything happened to all the other legs left inside. But, needless to say, the parents of those stolen eggs are not going to be happy.
still eggs in the first place.
Maybe you can tell us. That's why you're here, after all.
Oh, no, I have no idea what to even do with them.
Maybe he wants to use them as a bargaining chip? After all, he still has to make his escape. And the portal is still broken.
Do you think he wants to exchange them for safe passage to the portal?
Maybe.
It's still broken, though, so I'm not sure if that'll be much help.
Maybe he has the part needed to prepare it, and now has everything he needs to escape. He could trade the eggs for safe passage, fix the portal, and leave.
That's not the only possibility. He may not be the only one who broke the portal. Maybe he thinks you've intentionally sabotaged it so we can't leave. And he feels he needs the eggs as a bargaining chip to get you to repair it. If he just wanted to leave, I feel he could have done that already.
It doesn't even matter who sabotaged the portal. We know only that Reza's actions are becoming more and more desperate. He kidnapped defenseless eggs and even used the human weapon. Something's clearly going on with him. Maybe that means he'll slip up soon. Who knows? Maybe he already has. In any case, we're done here. Let's head back to the department and decide what to do next. Hopefully some of the test results will tell us something.
After a brief walk, we were in Bryce's office again. Initial tests had already come in, but it didn't reveal any insightful or new information.
So, what do we do now? Go over the timeline again?
Not yet. There are a few things I'd like to take care of first.
What do you have in mind? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door.
Come in.
Yep.
Maverick, what are you doing here?
Beef, can I talk to you alone?
We're quite busy here, Maverick. What's this about?
Reza.
Well, you're looking at the Reza task force, so if you got anything to say, you can say it in front of all of us.
I see. I think I know where Reza is.
You know where Reza is at this very moment?
I have good reason to believe that I have located his hideout. He could still be there, or he might have already moved on.
Damn. Maverick, tell me everything.
I've been tracking him for a while now. When he was at the portal a few days ago, I nearly got him, and managed to follow him for a while before I lost him. Based on that, where he's been and where his victims have been found, I could triangulate his whereabouts. He has to live somewhere, right? He needs a base to hide the generators and everything he has stolen.
Bryce cleared the clutter on the table and smoothed out a map of the town on its surface. It already had a few locations related to the case marked on it.
Show it to me.
Prior victims were found here and here. Today's was here. She was following him, likely because she wanted to save the eggs he stole. This is the path he took from the portal when I followed him a few days ago. So we have established that this is his area of operation. Extrapolate it and we can narrow it down to this. Now, where could he be hiding in this area? He's certainly not within the village borders, so unless he decided to live in the wilderness or in a hole in the ground, the only option is here.
The abandoned farm. When did you figure all this out?
Just a few minutes ago. When I did, I immediately came here.
Damn it, Maverick. This might be it.
Did we send an observation team?
As if we had one to spare. Hell, we're going there right now. What about you, Maverick?
I'm still on sick leave, remember? Besides, if I saw Reza right now, I'd probably do something I shouldn't.
How about you, Mel?
Isn't this going to be dangerous?
Reza probably won't harm you, as you're the only one he could possibly consider as an ally.
Good point.
If anything, with you there, we might be able to convince him to give up. Or we could act like we intend to trade you for the eggs if he tries to use them as a bargaining chip.
You're not really going to use me as ransom, right? Right?
We'll see about that.
I suppose if it's necessary, I'll play along.
I've got your back. If there's one thing we could do to make this whole situation even worse, it would be messing up with you.
We have the element of surprise if we walk into his base right now. But we risk Reza lashing out with his weapon. If we want to resolve this peacefully, observation is probably the way to go.
I guess we won't need Mel there for that, though.
Fair enough.
Alright, Mel. You stay here and wait for further instructions. We may need you at a moment's notice. Don't do anything without us telling you to. Understood?
Okay, understood.
Alright then. Let's go, Sebastian.
For you, Chief.
And Maverick, you did good. Good job.
Thanks, Chief.
Shortly after they vanished, Maverick also turned to leave. And then I had to wait. Bryce and Sebastian were observing the farm now, and if anything new happened, I would be the first to know. I spent some time looking around Bryce's office, studying all the material he had gathered about the case, though there wasn't any information that I didn't already know.
Use the chair.
After a few hours, the telephone in his office rang. Not sure whether the call was intended for me or Bryce, I picked it up.
Mel,
Yes?
I think you need to come here. I'll give you the directions.
No problem.
There you are.
So, what happened?
Well, a whole lot of nothing to start. There is no movement to or from the building in the time we've been watching.
He usually operates during the night, so maybe he's just asleep?
In that case, it would be best for us to go in before he has a chance to make his escape.
Or maybe he's not even there anymore. He could have seen us and slipped away unnoticed, with plenty of time to destroy the evidence while we've been waiting here.
You're right. Either he's still inside, or he's already gone and not coming back. Let's go ahead in.
Well, what should I do?
You're coming with me. Sebastian, you walk around and watch the back of the building, just in case he tries to escape.
I'm on it, Chief.
I go in, and you stay here. Alright?
What am I even here for, then?
You're our insurance. If Reza tries to flee and he sees you, it might throw him off. You might be able to stop him. Or if we get into a standoff, I can tell him you're here as well. I just don't want you to come inside when it could become dangerous.
Decisions.
Tough choice. Yeah.
Because the other thing, I mean, if Reza is in there, I mean, the first thing he's going to want to know is how you figured out where he is.
Like, the first thing he might do is shoot. He might pull Han Solo. Let me go in first.
Why?
Maybe I could talk to him, and we could figure things out. I don't think he wants to kill me. So even if it doesn't work out, Sebastian and you will still be able to still be nearby to catch him.
I'll be right behind you then. But do be careful.
We slowly made our way to the front door. I took a deep breath, tried to prepare myself for the possibility of facing Reza. The tense scenarios and things I could say to him rushed through my head as I pressed down the door handle. The door inched open with a creak, but I noticed a slight resistance and a strange sound that suddenly made me hesitate. When I looked down to the source of the noise, I saw a taut wire through the gap in the door, hovering over the floor of the entryway.
That was a pretty close call, you know. Too bad Reza wasn't here after all.
It ran when he saw us approach.
Strange for him to leave everything behind, though. Everything he's stolen, all the generators are still here.
Do you think the trap was for us in particular?
Probably not. It was likely more of a general safety precaution. If he had any time to prepare this, he would have taken the stuff with him.
True enough. I had no idea you could make a bomb out of a generator.
Then you just haven't been with us long enough. If you know how, it's not even that complicated.
Reza somehow figured it out.
Apparently so. Does he have any skills pertaining to engineering or even electricity?
Well, he's worked on cars before. It fixes a lot of things back home. I guess that would qualify?
He could also have done his own research.
Either way, this makes him even more dangerous. At least we now have a whole building's worth of clues here. Mel, can you get to your apartment from here? We'll be busy with this scene for, well, a while.
No problem. I'll leave you to your work then.
Did they say anything about the eggs or only the generators left behind?
The eggs too.
Oh, good.
Good job, Mel.
Thanks. I'm surprised you called me back here so quickly. How's the investigation going?
Oh, the investigation is going swimmingly, but as you can expect, we need all the help we can get.
As usual.
With how this case has been going, we've realized we must employ external help.
Oh?
Yeah, we've requested assistance from one of the cities. We hope they'll send some good investigators our way soon.
I see. Oh, Firewing. As for who they belong to, the parents are unnamed. They're all inside of a hatchery, so it's a public hatchery for caring for eggs. No, the orphanage is separate. The hatchery is essentially egg daycare.
Think of it as the same way as a delivery room in a hospital. Just much longer delayed.
Yes. Quite. Because not every home would be equipped with the tools needed to keep an egg warm and such.
We were so close today. He could have been in there, you know? Maybe we just came a few minutes too late. And if he knows how to make bombs from generators, who's to say he won't start using them elsewhere?
Well, at least he doesn't have any right now, does he? You said all the generators that were stolen are now accounted for, right?
Yeah, but this whole case is growing to be too much for a small-town police department.
I hope you'll get all the help you'll need.
Me too.
You need a hug? I'm gonna give you a hug.
No, you can help us again.
I love this train. I love this train.
Well, what do you have for me?
Well, when we searched the building, we found more than the things Reza stole. We also found this bloody bandage.
Do you think that's his?
Well, that's what we need to find out. Given all we know, it probably is.
So, wounded.
We know he was injured during the fight with his first victim. But whether this is from the same wound or something else, I'm not sure. In any case, you could bring it to the lab for us to find out more.
At least it's not
Sure.
a different kind of brag.
Oh. Ooh.
No, not appropriate.
Yep,
Not
that's...
appropriate.
Well, he works on cars, so he should have tons of oily rags.
Oh,
Yeah,
let's
that's
just
the
move
point.
on.
Moving on.
You know, they have roads, but I haven't seen any hint of automobiles. I would assume that they don't use them.
Well, we haven't really seen sidewalks either. Like, the
Next.
roads were the sidewalks.
Well, we know that they have a delivery service with flying dragons, so that's something.
Yeah, I have a feeling they may not actually have autos of any kind. At least not except for like large freight.
I'm pretty sure they're that big because well, you have different dragons different sizes, right? Particularly big ones.
Yeah, but some things need to deliver that you can't carry by air.
Unless it's a really big dragon.
bookshelves.
So I mean, there's not going to be small sidewalks. They're going to be rather largely spaced sidewalks for.
Yeah, I think they're using the roads the traditional way they're meant for, which is foot traffic and occasional vehicles.
The only
It seems
vehicle
like
I
it makes
remember
sense.
is an ice cream wagon.
It seems like these guys, these dragons, prefer the more natural modes of locomotion between wings or legs.
Mm-hmm.
Wherever possible, it makes sense. It's just large freight that they'd probably use like a vehicle for.
Some form
Yeah.
of vehicle.
Like you can't transport 5 tons by legwork. It's not practical.
It's never brought up.
Dav, you're getting reality in my fantasy.
Anyways,
Yeah.
Dronon,
I still
you're
keep thinking of Mel just picking up Lorem. They keep saying he's a small dragon, but they don't actually tell you how big he is. How tiny is he? Is he
God-
cat-sized?
God damn it! Let Dronon have his time to shine.
Go ahead.
Well, you haven't said if memory serves once during this whole thing.
Hmm?
Next, we have a witness who reported hearing loud bangs during the night.
Are you playing Maelstrom Bingo on the side there, Dronon? Dronon came up with this whole silly thing based on certain tropes I've come up say during stream.
Oh boy.
Hmm?
Send someone to make a follow-up visit. You'll need to confirm the witness statement, then see if he has anything new to share.
Yeah, but like
Firewing, Firewing, it was established that Lorem is small. We just don't know how small. The Lorem that by Goldkin is cat-sized, but I would assume Lorem's not that small if he's, let's just say, dateable.
Zora saying it dog-sized.
Oh yes, I think she did actually say that he was dog-sized at one point, didn't she?
Maybe?
Like the main character said it.
In the very beginning, we saw him rush by with something in his mouth, as delivery, and he thought that he was a kid.
No, I
No.
think that was a different character.
Yeah,
on
that
a
was
side
a
quest.
completely different character.
What?
That was a
What
little
about
hatchy.
Yeah, oh yeah, not the one that rushes by, but she did have Lorem deliver a letter and commented about him being small. And then
Yeah.
again, when she met Lorem in the cafe, I think it was, she had to ask if he was an adult because, well,
Yeah.
he's smaller than all the other dragons. So yeah, I guess he's roughly dog size in this world.
Oh god, Dronon first the ping.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Closing that other window. Also, now that we've reclaimed your PDAs, we're going to send one to the archives for analysis. Since they have experience with human artifacts, they're better suited to it than any of our departments.
No problem.
And lastly, we have the eggs. It's a relief we found them unharmed in the building. They're safe and ready to be sent back to the hatchery.
Just a hindsight. I'm glad that Mel went in first. Imagine what happened if you let Bryce went in there. He would have tripped the wire and made everything go boom.
Bryce's picture would have went static.
Yep.
Yes, that's what I just said.
That's why I was thinking to go
There
first.
there could have been a lot of deaths there. Bryce, the eggs, possibly
Yeah.
Sebastian.
Shouldn't we take care of those first?
Not as urgent as you might think. Our eggs are pretty resilient. Being in the care of the hatchery is more an insurance than a requirement. Some people choose to keep them in their own home until they hatch, rather than having the hatchery take care of it. The hatchery has been notified, but they won't be able to send someone for a few hours. I've heard that they're really understaffed.
He's just understaffed. Jeez.
If you bring the eggs and the paperwork to them, you'd speed up the process, but it's not an urgent matter.
I see.
In any case, I'll just leave everything here until I get to it, so feel free to do these tasks as you wish. I know it's laughable that we don't even have a free hand for simple errands.
Don't worry about it.
Hey, are you planning to attend the summer festival?
Did I? It's hard to think about something fun when I'm wrapped up in all this, in this investigation and all.
For sure. It's important to take a short rest so you don't lose your head. There's so much to see at the festival, particularly the big fireworks.
Dragon enjoy fireworks too, huh? I would think something like that would feel so commonplace, since many of you breathe fire.
Let's say there's an old comic from Dragon magazine where they talk about monsters, and I think there's one where it's like, dragons think that mankind's best accomplishment is fireworks. They taste delicious. Anyway, it's not quite the same. We still appreciate the wonder of colorful bursts in the sky. On the last day, there's always a big fireworks show. Everyone usually attends it.
Everyone?
Yeah, it has a great tradition behind it. What peeves me most is that I'll be on guard duty when it happens this year, so I probably won't be able to see a thing.
I'll be sure not to miss it then.
Anyways, I should get back to the investigation now. I'll leave the stuff for you here, and I'll take care of the rest once I get back, okay?
Sure thing.
Good luck, Mel.
You too.
So you get to deliver Iggy's back?
Yep, and that's where I'm gonna put this to a poll. I'm gonna take the eggs back.
I would vote for eggs.
It's my instinct to do eggs. I was
Icky.
I was on my way to the hatchery when I heard a voice call out to me. If I remember serves, I think this will call for an old man voice for this one. Who could do it?
Hello there!
Hello there!
You said if memory serves.
It's just, I turned around to see an unfamiliar face before me. Oh, no, it's not. It's a different person. Never mind. Sorry.
Well,
Okay.
False.
Dawnbreaker can still do this one.
Okay.
Is it girl or boy?
Boy.
It's Kelvin.
Hey there. I'm Kevin.
I'm Mel. Nice to meet you.
Could I perhaps interest you in our Midwest institution?
Is this some kind of religious thing?
Oh, no, not at all. It's a college.
Sorry, but I already got my own degrees.
Yeah, I know. It was just a joke.
A weird
Oh.
joke.
So me going to college is a joke now. I'm not good enough, is that it?
Not at all. Even if you want to study here, I don't think you'll be long enough. You'll be with us long enough to make use of it, though. I think that came out wrong.
You're lucky I won't take this the wrong way.
Phew.
Oh, you're a recruiter for this college?
No, this is just my summer job. Once the semester starts up again, I'll actually be attending it to get my degree in psychology.
College. Wonderful times. In this universe, yeah, well, it wasn't bad times, but it was I wish it came out with something better. But at least the world didn't turn out as bad as this version of me.
Is that sarcasm?
Maybe. Didn't even know you had colleges here, though.
Well, now you do. You do now.
Why do you even approach me if you know I'm not going to go to college here? Don't tell me it's just because I'm a human.
Well, actually, I was trying to talk into that old lady who walked by, but once you turned around, there was, there's no going back.
Oh, well, thanks for making things thanks for not making things awkward.
Hey, I treat everyone nicely until I have reason not to.
Well, that's good customer service.
Sure, but it's not just for the job, you know. That's just me.
What do you think, guys? Should I invite him along, or should I excuse myself? What do you think one person wants to invite him along?
Could use the additional set of claws.
No, instead of not a full poll, how about just just for us streamers, for you guys? You vote. You guys vote this time.
Yes.
I'd say yes.
Yes.
I don't really care.
Go ahead
What?
and invite him.
Wait, Sky doesn't care? He's such a big fanboy, he doesn't care?
It's a Patreon character. I don't remember him being critical to the plot.
Go
Oh.
ahead and invite him.
Well,
Go ahead, invite him.
oh great, majority wins. Why don't you come over to my place later? I'd love to hear more about what college is all about in this world.
Well, then you found the right person for the job.
I can't promise anything right now, but maybe I'll see you another time.
For sure. Yeah, I also have to finish up here, but after that I'm free.
Alright, I'll let you know.
Here, I'm here all day and today and tomorrow, so it should be hard to find me.
Great. I have to get going for now, but I'll sure to let you know if anything's up.
Sure. See ya.
I'm still wondering who broke the milk.
Oh, here
It's
we are
a
again.
hatchery. Could be anybody.
Someone may just swung their tail tail round walking by.
And guess who you see?
Maybe it could have been a very upset, very gravid dragoness.
Okay, I hope my
Not
phone is still
likely.
clear. I'm using my phone. Hey, Mel, what you doing here?
Oh, I just came by to drop these off.
Drop what off?
The stolen eggs. I figured the hatchery would want them back.
You
Oh.
think they would want them back?
What are you gonna do? Make an omelet?
They might want them.
Oh, I was actually going to get those in the police department later. Oh yeah, she does volunteer work. I remember she mentions that.
Yes.
I'm so glad you got back and that they got back safely. Emily, stop chewing on my leg.
There she is.
There she is.
It's
Aw,
tasty.
cutie.
Oh wow.
Going to say that if your character had arrived during the school year with all of the little dirks around, you probably would have been nibbled to death.
Anyways, I'll let her go inside. I'll take those eggs off your hands. Thanks for bringing them here.
No problem. Listen, you returned the eggs to the hatchery. Seriously, who can
Did
say?
she take it in her maw?
This is...
Hey, remember
She
at the diner she can balance a lot of things on her wings?
probably just like
You
did a
don't
wiggle wig-
balance eggs on your wings.
Well, the here, well, in this case,
scooped.
yeah, in this case, it's probably
Yeah.
like a scoop, like a wing hug. You wing hug the egg.
I'm very good at wing hugs.
I hope they were in a basket. I really hope they were in a basket.
Yeah,
They had to
go
be.
with it.
Yeah.
You have to put all eggs into one basket, yes.
Oh.
Yes. Because that's how
person.
everything is supposed to work.
Also,
She's a
do-
delivery person. She must have multiple ways of carrying larger orders, so she's probably got, saddlebags or something.
also, do you think I was carrying the eggs all the way here, like under my arms, like logs or something?
Well, in my head, I think like a lot of ladies when I carry babies, I'm sure they do for eggs, have a sarong that you can wrap around yourself like a big blanket you can tie over your shoulder. So you know what I'm talking about? Like a big sarong.
Oh, yeah, the baby dev story.
Like a baby
Swaddler.
born.
In any case, yeah, I kind of figure you're carrying them in a basket, like Easter Bunny style.
Well, I don't know. Well, that'd be one big basket. Dragon eggs are probably the size of basketballs.
Given the variance of the species, they could be anything from probably a little bit bigger than chicken egg to bigger than an ostrich egg. So
I just think they have to be pretty big.
All right.
So, PDA, Vitness, or Bindage?
I would go for the bandage. That is like DNA proof or something.
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right. We'll take the advantage to the facility.
I know
Bindage.
that you want to see your bean by taking the PDA to the library, but
You wanna s-
No.
But I'm just thinking, getting that bandage has actual physical like evidence that they can like research on.
Mm-hmm. Maybe they find the blood matches or it doesn't.
Also, Zoro, I think you mean emu eggs, not emo eggs.
Didn't Reza say at the beginning of the game that he gave blood to?
They're not. They don't have sharp edges, so they're easier to carry. They're easy to carry. Emo eggs.
black
Rage.
eggs.
Ostrich, very angry ostriches.
Anyways, let's take the bandage to the facility. No,
Use those human legs, Mel.
it wouldn't be angry. It would just be depressed and very
And filled with angst.
angst. Yes.
You don't understand me.
Ugh.
Well, I hope this is the right place, even though I've been here before. Technically.
Can I help you?
Yeah, I'm just dropping this evidence off on behalf of the police.
From the Reza case, right? I already read the memo.
Yep, well, here you go.
Thanks. I'll get right on it.
Why did Anna have to die and not that guy?
Isn't he just a bucket of sunshine? Whoops.
Yes.
Oh, thanks for all your help, Mel. Now that the facility has received the bandage, maybe we'll discover something new.
That's what I thought.
I'll take care of the remaining tasks, so well, you take the rest of the day off. I'm sure you have things to do other than helping out the police department.
It's no problem, really. My trip to your world wasn't supposed to be a vacation.
Alright then, I'll see you next time.
See you. After this fateful day, I was glad to finally have some sort of respite. I wandered to the kitchen as I considered tonight's dinner. Did I cook something or order out?
Order out, you're feeling lazy.
It took a while for me to figure out how to actually say it. It's called respite, apparently.
Really? I always pronounced it respite.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I always thought it was respite.
No, it's respite, although it looks very similar to the word despite, which is of course pronounced completely differently because English is weird.
English is a weird language.
I don't think the floor's that comfortable, but if you want to be there, sure.
Anyways. When I returned
Oh,
to the
no.
living room, I suddenly found my strength leaving me and collapsed to the floor.
Yeah.
Oof.
That's a
Ow.
hard noise.
The next thing I saw was a blurry stone ceiling. As my eyesight slowly returned, I managed to sit up. It was in a cave. Before me stood a familiar, mysterious face.
I apologize for the violence, but I can assure you it was the easiest way.
Where am I? Is this your hideout?
Just a temporary accommodation so we can be undisturbed for this meeting. Someone else used to live here until recently. Do you know who I am?
Well, you're not Reza.
Good. What did it take for you to figure that out?
But you're not whispering anymore. I can hear clearly in your voice. I had a feeling that it couldn't be him since the first time we met, though.
Which first time are you talking about?
The generator in the cellar, when you pushed me.
I see. You can call me the administrator.
No other humans are supposed to be here, though. I assume that's why you're wearing the mask. You don't want to be recognized.
That is correct.
Whoever you are, also saved my life.
On more than one occasion.
Your presence here doesn't make any sense. You couldn't have come through the portal. The dragons would have noticed.
This is where you are wrong. My arrival through the portal is what led the dragons to discover it in the first place.
Is that so?
When I crawled out from the hole in the earth that hid the portal, there was no guards to discover me. My appearance exposed the portal, but the dragons didn't know it was there yet.
So you were riding before Reza. That makes you the first actual human to come to this world.
That is more true than you might think.
Just who are you then?
I may have arrived through the portal like you, but my story is very different.
Story time!
Before the fall of humanity, I was an engineer. I was part of a team that was formed to create bioweapons. Our task force Our task was to create these bioweapons in a country where their development hadn't yet been regulated or outlawed. These weapons were planned to be a low-cost alternative for poor countries to wage war, so they would no longer have to rely on expensive drones and machines for warfare. I was to set up the lab where our bioweapon development would take place. It was a clandestine operation, set to be in the middle of the wilderness. The laboratory was an independent research and living unit, and provided everything we needed without having to rely on external resources or even an existing power grid. Everything was to be teleported right into the middle of nowhere, with no traces or paper trail to follow, so international communities and law enforcement would have no idea of our operations. Our only connection to the outside world after setup would have been a two-way portal to our headquarters, who would provide everything we needed. While we already could teleport individual people, teleporting a whole building was another matter entirely. Our solution was a matter of compression technology, incredibly expensive, but operating in the gray market was also very lucrative. The technology behind it was much more complicated than even teleportation, despite being based on it. While teleportation works by utilizing black holes with a beginning and end, compression technology relies on a loop, keeping matter in a sort of limbo state until the loop is broken. Working with black holes was very complicated to begin with, but this shape required much more finesse and thus was much more expensive. I was to be sent alone to set up the lab and the portal so the rest of the team could arrive safely. In case you didn't know, it is possible to use a portal to send someone to a previously defined endpoint. Therefore, it is not required to have a portal at the destination to be sent there. But as you can imagine, this is also very dangerous. A single variable off by a fraction could mean the difference between landing safely at your destination or smothering in space. Of course, my employer did not want anything like that to happen, not necessarily for my own sake, but because of all the unfathomably expensive equipment I had with me. Regardless, something went wrong anyway. Despite all their checks and safeguards, they can only minimize the risk so much. Even if the risk is a fraction of a fraction, sometimes you're just that unlucky. And sometimes it turns out that your bad luck is a blessing in disguise. I arrived safely somewhere in the jungles of Earth, yet it was not the destination that had been planned. I knew something was off, but nevertheless, I went to work immediately. At the very least, I could prepare the building. I would have shelter, and then I could begin the preparations for our project. Getting the portal into working order would take more time as it was a complicated process that could take several weeks. If things had gone wrong as I suspected, I would at least be able to establish contact with headquarters after the portal had been set up, and I would be able to return. While teleporting the lab into the wrong location was certainly a costly mistake, I was still lucky to have my life. Before long, I discovered the truth about the place I had arrived. While I was still on Earth, it was not the Earth I knew. It was the Earth of 65 million years ago.
This is the part where the story kind of starts losing me. I mean, I know.
This is where Dav's guess becomes confirmed.
Mm-hmm.
I was right.
Happy little Dav dance. We knew that by utilizing black holes for teleportation, time travel was a theoretical possibility. It was something even my company didn't dare to attempt, though, as teleportation in itself was still a very new technology. Yet here I was, 65 million years in the past, with a research station all to myself. the company would revel in the opportunity to study and profit from all the different life forms I could see. If only they knew about them. I spent the few weeks setting up the portal as planned, yet when I tried to re-establish contact with my employer, I was met with silence. Despite the time discrepancy, the portal should have been able to find my companies in the present, for a black hole sending something through time is no different than sending something through space. However, when we built the portals, we gave them a specialized configuration that was only possible to It was only possible to travel through space by aligning them across the time axis. That meant that I, in the past, would still be able to search for portals in the present to connect with. My counterparts in the present, though, would not be able to find me in the past even if they tried. But I couldn't find them, not a single one. Even after checking the portal for its function, I determined that, for all intents and purposes, the portals from the company should not have been there to connect with. It was then that I had the terrible realization. The portals in the present didn't exist anymore, or were no longer operational. Maybe the blunder of teleporting the lab caused them to reconsider the risks of using this technology. After all, it was already controversial and had been outlawed in several countries. I wouldn't have been surprised if they had decided to cut their losses, but it was highly unlikely that they would immediately shut down every single portal and left me stranded without notice. Portal technology was still being relied on in several places in the present. In my mind, only one possibility remained: super weapons. Various nations had been using them as bargaining chips for some time. I didn't think the threats had become that serious, but one of them must have launched their weapon and destroyed the majority of Earth. Or the solar flare we learned about. It could have been the result of a malfunction, or perhaps the political situation had escalated. Either way, it was not possible for me to re-establish any means of communication to find out what had really happened. I could have sent myself back to the present with the right coordinates, but this was a risky endeavor, and I also had to ask myself if it was a present I wanted to return to. I was sure that if anything was even left of our world, the aftermath or a possible retaliatory strike would take care of the rest.
I keep hearing Legend of Zelda picking up rupee sound. One of your mics is transmitting it.
Yeah, it's mine. People won't shut up on the Telegram. Congrats on correctly guessing the sound. In the end, I had to realize that whichever present did exist was likely not one that was worth returning to. It made my decision all the easier. Instead of returning to a destroyed civilization, I saw an opportunity. Rather than creating bioweapons, I could use the lab to create a new civilization, shaped by my own ideals. I had all the necessary data and the most modern methods and machines at my fingertips.
It was then that I decided to play God.
Besides, most of the processes had already been automated. In the end, I still used the lab for what it has been created for, fusing human and animal DNA to create beings that were mostly animal, but possessed greater intelligence that allowed them to learn whatever we wanted them to.
Who's I refer to here? The administrator, if you've been paying attention. They're firing.
Oh. Yeah. As I didn't have any animal samples sent with me when I initially arrived, I collected them from the sources available to me. Automated process mixed the DNA further across the samples. New abilities were added like enhanced armor, flight, and spit weapons to make the new creatures more effective in combat. The result was a number of different species, each tailored and optimized to fill a specific role in a war situation. Hormones allowed me to speed up their growth, and with the Biolab's learning program, they could be educated in whatever manner I saw fit. My first concern was self-sufficiency. They needed the kind of knowledge that would enable them to come together as their own independent society. Luckily, the AI had automated all the processes in the lab was more than helpful. I unleashed the first generation of my creation, and as their leader, founded our first village. I thought we could really pull it off, and once I saw they could survive without my guidance, and also govern themselves, I knew my plan was a success. When I realized that this new society would eventually be destroyed, I told myself that I would do anything I could to save it.
Destroyed? What are you talking about?
Haven't you realized where we are? The Chicxulub asteroid is headed for us. With a diameter of over 10 kilometers, its impact will create a humongous cloud of dust, throwing Earth into a literal dark age. They will block out sunlight for over a year, killing off many species of plants that rely on photosynthesis to survive.
And there's my second part. Okay, I guess it was greater than I thought.
As a result, animals that eat those plants will also vanish, as will those who sought sustenance from these herbivores. All in all, 75% of all species will vanish, and in terrestrial ecosystems, all animals heavier than a single kilogram will die.
So this is why the only cows they have is the wild Uruk. It did exist this long ago.
That would be 2.2 pounds in case you didn't know. It will be the end of everyone who lives here. Every single dragon you have seen. Unless we do something.
We? What am I supposed to do?
Do you not wish to save them?
I came here to help humanity. Now you tell me that this society, this whole world, is also on the brink of extinction?
That is the truth.
What kind of difference could a single person like me even make to save it?
Right now, it's also a single person that presents its greatest threat.
Reza. How?
In order to stop the comet, we need as much power as possible.
You reclaimed all the generators you stole. Besides, how could a few of them be enough to make a difference for something like this?
Don't forget that Rez is still out there looking for more. The truth is, I don't know if all the generators we could gather would ever be enough. We only require enough power to divert the comet's path during a crucial moment. But even if this plan is possible, we need every single generator we can get.
So my goal hasn't changed. I just need to find Reza.
Yes, but you'll need my help. And maybe the help of others. You know that Reza is dangerous, and with his gun, he has a clear advantage. Don't think that he wouldn't hesitate to kill you if you were in his way.
Then, what shall we do? Do you know where he is?
No, but I think you'll find him soon, and you can count on my support when that happens.
I see. There's one thing that still doesn't make sense to me, though. The dragons have myths about you, but they don't know or remember you. They haven't seen any humans for who knows how long. How much time could have passed since you created them, and now? How many generations could it take to forget? Why isn't there proof of your existence?
I don't know exactly how long it's been myself. When I realized what time period I was in and that my creation was about to be wiped out in the future, I wanted to go to that future and see what they had become. I disabled the portal's time access safeguards and thus enabled it to connect with others in different times. This also included that very same portal in the future. With the generator of our lab being able to supply the portal with power for an indefinite amount of time, I was able to travel to any point in the future I wanted to. The entry and endpoints of the black hole would be the same place at the same portal, with the way traveled being just along the time axis. Since I could now search for connection points in any time period, I could look for my own portal in the future and pinpoint the moment its signal stopped.
The comet.
Exactly. I found that specific point in the time and traveled to a future that was as close to that event as I could safely manage. After I arrived here, my escape from the portal's hiding place led to its discovery by the dragons. It and the laboratory were unearthed.
I don't understand how our portal found yours then, or why we ended up arriving at this particular time period.
The portal you found was no doubt one of my company's. They must have been connected before, so the corresponding data for their connection already existed when you found it. I'm not sure if that could bypass the anti-time travel safeguards, though. Was it completely operational when you found it?
No. It took a little bit of tinkering.
Probably jumping the hardware safeguard in the process. Now, consider that connected portals travel along the time axis together. The data for their beginning and end points are adjusted automatically. Otherwise, we would not be able to transport anything from one place in the world to another without also sending it through time. Since these two portals must have been connected at some point, the corresponding data for the connection between those two portals already existed. When using the same connection without changing any of the data, this would mean that, despite the time discrepancy between the two portals, time still progressed linearly through them.
I'm not sure I understand.
Let me try to rephrase that. The portal you found and my own share a connection. However, while the connection is locked to a certain place, which is wherever the portal is at that very moment, it is not connected to a specific point in time.
Nope, still don't understand. Try explaining it like Doctor Who.
Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey.
This is hurting my head, and I know this stuff. Like, I love this kind of crap, and it's like...
You'll get this speech a few more times. For us and the physical machines that are the portals, time passes linearly, and we can't do anything about that. However, for the black holes, this isn't the case. Just as their entry and endpoints can be in different places, they can also be in different times. In order to not send something through time when we just want to transport something from one portal to another, the portals are anchored together in such a way that the time data is automatically synchronized. Essentially, this means that ever since you arrived in this world, the same amount of time that has passed for you has also passed in the place where you came from.
I see. So, despite being in different time periods, time still passes linearly on both sides of the portals.
Just like Zelda 64. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for you to send messages back and forth to each other. If they were not synchronized, the portals on both sides would stay connected not only to a single point in space, but also to a single point in time, thus making proper two-way communication impossible. However, this is only possible through the connection that was already been forged. If we want to, we could also use our portal to send you back to your own time period, but to a moment before Reza even arrived here.
That would mean there would be two of me, right? Wouldn't that cause a time paradox?
I can only tell you that it would work. No one has studied time travel before, though, so if we are of any consequence, then I am not sure of them. Most likely, an entirely new timeline would be created. There would be a timeline without a Mel altogether, and in the new one, there would be 2 of you.
This is becoming way too complicated.
I apologize. To come back to your original question, I am not sure how much time passed between the time I left my newborn society and now. Since the portal was not designed for time travel, I have no way of knowing how the variables translated to our perception of time. It could have been thousands or even millions of years.
Could the portal or even its power source still be operational after all this time?
The portal receives its power from the generator in the lab. These units were fitted with the absolute best technology we had to offer. It was designed to provide sustainable power completely independent from any already existing network or power lines. It gains its energy from many sources: sun rays, the Earth's heat and movement, just to name a few. Keep in mind, it had to power a whole laboratory and research station, while also providing the energy required for all of its inhabitants and the associated energy expenditures. Taking its power from Earth itself, a generator like this could continue providing power to the lab indefinitely.
Speaking of which, why haven't I seen a single dinosaur since I arrived?
It seems the Dragon Society expanded over the whole continent. Many still hunt on their own for sustenance, and as such, the original species they were based on have mostly vanished. As in direct competition, ours proved to be far superior. Also, they have probably taken measures against having big predators roam their cities and villages. Yet while the dragon population has increased tremendously, I have found that by and large, their society as a whole has not changed much.
Is that why everything here looks like it's made for humans?
And that is Dav's other point.
Yep.
So yeah, Dav, you're 3 for 3. I suppose so. The learning program I initially used to give them knowledge about things and how to create them, yet of course those were the only human inventions and designs.
From one historical viewpoint, if this is 65 million years ago, then the length of Earth's day should be about a half hour shorter.
Dun dun dun.
Also, you'd think they would have learned to adjust things for their shape, but we're just kind of hand waving that a little bit.
No, that was she literally.
You're literally saying it right now.
But I mean, over generations, though, you'd think they'd learn to change things up, though.
Your character's literally asking right now. Your character's asking that right now. Look.
Did they never once stop to think that they should adjust how certain things look?
Well, it's like Doctor Who, that that perception filter in Doctor Who.
Impractical for a dragon.
She's trying to read the line.
Yeah. I was surprised at that too, but I have an explanation for this phenomenon. Don't forget that their genome was designed by an AI programmed to make them into effective bioweapons. The idea was to have them indoctrinated at a young age. After reaching adolescence, their learning capacity would be greatly diminished. This resulted in the subjects that would stay loyal and unlikely to change their desired behaviors. Instincts also play a role. I imagine they are much at odds with their learned behavior. Instincts in animals never change, and instinctual behaviors will always be there. If a given trait has been programmed into their genome as an instinct, it is not very likely to change, even through numerous generations. We can see the result of this here. While I initially made them to learn a certain set of values and knowledge, I have found that the expression of those ideas has hardly changed. And after I was gone, each new generation learned from its elders, and much of the initial knowledge and information was retained through all this time. Their genome as a whole did change, however, which was unavoidable over time. If they had been used as bioweapons as intended, there would have been nothing more than an army of identical clones. While I can see subtle changes in behaviors as a result, some traits are still very much present in them. They are content with what they have and don't strive for more. They don't innovate.
There's a lack of evolution and innovation. I knew it.
They don't innovate or change, so technological breakthroughs or new inventions are a rarity. It's quite the opposite, really. They very much value tradition and their ways, which have not changed much in all these years.
Oh wait, there's the sphere.
I see.
That's new.
Yeah, they
Rarity,
the
not
sphere.
imposter.
How much?
And I was saying earlier that Mel said to them as a human species that they were always driven to innovate. You know, what was the saying, Mel? Necessity drives innovation. The dragons don't have any
Necessity's the mother of
necessity.
invention.
Yeah. The dragons don't have any necessities. They're completely satisfied in every way, shape, and form. Their bodies provide them everything they could possibly need as well. They don't have anything to push them to innovate or change.
How much time do we even have left to stop the comet?
In a few weeks, the comet will pass the moon, and its gravity field will point the comet's trajectory towards Earth. This is when we'll need to be ready. If we strike then, we only need to minimally affect its path in order for the comet to pass Earth safely. It won't be enough time for the inhabitants of this world to prepare if Ryza steals our greatest assets.
So, it's all about Reza and the generators,
My queen,
isn't it?
a new follower has come to bask in your glory.
Also, Murphy, thank you for the follow.
Murphle.
Hi,
Murphle.
Murphle.
Hey, Murphle.
Gav,
Mm-hmm.
what is Murple's law?
I don't know. I think, but much like me, and I'm a bug magnet. And wherever he goes, something goes wrong. And indeed, I gotta ask, since neither character seems to want to say it, is Reza trying to steal the generators to ensure that the comet hits?
I think he's realized what's going on, so he's trying to get as many generators as he can and bring them back to Earth so that humans are safe.
And book it.
And so humans are safe and screw whatever happens to the dragons. So he's all about his
So
species
Reza wants
first.
to save the future, and you want to save the past.
Something like that.
Well, technically, I want to save everyone.
Yeah, true.
Reza let slip that, like, way back in our first episode when he said, you know, look at the stars. And you're like, why do I have to look at the stars? Because every day that passed, every time you saw the night sky, the dot was getting bigger. And I started saying jokes like, oh, look, the moon looks small today. You know, you could actually see the comet arriving.
I did make that part out, but I did keep asking over and over again, why hasn't our main character looked at the starry sky and determined, hey, those stars look like our stars?
Oh, because the constellations would have completely moved.
They would have moved, but there still should have been enough that you'd go, hey, this looks like our solar system, kind of thing.
Well, the moon would have still looked the same, or fairly similar.
I honestly,
wait a minute.
I think
I thought
I think it would have. I think what our character is like, he just so exasperated. It's like he wanted Reza to just spit out what he was trying to say. It's like, just spit it out. Stop with the cloak and dagger.
Well, yeah, that too. But
Indeed.
This is what was bugging me all the way through, and I like how Sky managed to maintain his composure the whole time, because I was like, why is this? Why is this? Why is this? Why is this? This is dumb. This makes no sense. Why is this? Every single thing I nailed was right on the money. It's like, strange the dragons don't want to innervate. Everything's designed for humans.
I was trying to keep pushing to. I almost broke it during the Auroch part, especially when Dronon started talking.
I just want to see dragons kissing.
Yeah.
Where's the romance? I was told to propose a romantic dragon
later.
dragons on Action!
You just want to see Dragon
Where's
Hump.
my flame sacks?
They don't have those.
Anyway, I was wondering why Mel was trying to shut down the conversation about the wild Uruks, because I was like, wait, that's the what? Why would they have wild Uruks? Those are extinct. We made
Yes,
modern.
science
Yeah,
fiction.
they're
Yeah.
not only extinct, they haven't even evolved yet. Mammals didn't get their chance until all the dinosaurs died.
Well, we rebred modern cows from the wild Uruk. And no, there could be mammals in this time in Earth's history. I just don't know if Uruks would exist. Maybe their great ancestor species.
Oh, their ancestors would, but the Orcs themselves, no, they're a long ways
There's
away.
yeah, there's absolutely no sign of bears or dogs or goats though.
Anyways.
Yeah, so,
There are bear
indeed.
dogs. There might be bear dogs.
By the way, I fixed the portal in case we need to use it.
Did you break it to prevent me from being sent away?
No, that wasn't me.
Reza better not use it to escape.
Trust me, the portal is our greatest
I thought the generators were.
I have programmed it with emergency coordinates. If you should find yourself in a hopeless situation and feel there is no other way out, go to the portal. I have made sure only you will be able to use it then.
I'll keep that in mind. So, what's your plan? What do we do now?
I will resume my work, and you will continue yours. Find Reza.
The administrator turned to leave. Wait! What's with all the secrecy? Why are you still wearing that mask? Why don't we pull our resources together, and you show me your hideout? Don't you think it would be better if you were completely frank with me?
No, not now.
A second later, the figure had already vanished into the darkness outside.
Because in my mind, at this point, the administrator could show up and say, "Yo, the people of Earth have also sent me through," so he doesn't have to pretend to be a time traveler. And he could be, "Oh, by the way, well, I don't know how he'd explain the comet thing, but, he could make his presence. Sorry.
He could say
my
to
guess
astronomer.
My guess that the administrator is probably an alternative version of the protagonist. A variant.
That would have to be from the Many Worlds theory, then, like of a very different timeline.
I mean, why would Mini Blue Dab go into this whole branching world theory? So that's a thought.
Anyway.
Well, that was the thing was,
The
as I was saying it to
administrator
everybody
already
earlier.
gave their background. The administrator was a biotech.
Right, an alternative
Yeah.
version of herself, maybe. You are
But-
a biologist yourself, aren't you? Like, isn't our character like into
Not quite the
natural
same.
science?
No, not the same. Also, we were given multiple theories. I was commenting earlier in the Angels with Scaly Wings chat earlier that, and the one where I was telling people about my theories, that Remy had a theory, Lorm had a theory, and Ipsum had a theory. All three of them were similar but had major gotcha differences that made all three of them not work, which was what was bugging me so much. Because Lorm believed that the dragons were created by humans a long time ago. Okay, that checks out. But if that was the case, who the hell made them? Then it was number two. Remy believed that dragons evolved on their own, and humans modified their lineage. Like humans came from another world and interfered with the way that they evolved, which is again almost right, but not right on its own. And then finally, Ipsum believed the many worlds theory, which was he thought that there's just countless Earths, and this Earth happened to have dragons instead of humans. And he thought that humans and dragons on occasion stumbled into each other's worlds.
And he was, kind of right, but not all the way.
Yeah,
We
all
still
three,
don't know. We
all
still
three of
don't
them
know.
are almost right. That's the whole thing. They're all almost right.
We still don't know Reza's ultimate motivations at the moment. But, however, if we're assuming a multiple worlds version of timelines, then Raises might be, like they said, he wants to save the original timeline that he came from at the expense of this one. At the moment, the administrator and Mel's character are looking to sacrifice that timeline in the support of this one. But
Yeah,
we don't
and
know.
And
We'll
if
find
these
out.
dragons survive, if dragons survive, like these dragons live, then, well, the great apes won't evolve and humans won't happen.
It'll
And
happen, but in another timeline. They're basically just saving themselves by moving to this timeline and ensuring their existence in it.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying is this timeline, there won't be humans.
I don't.
I have
Dev?
to check
Red-
a
red
file
herring.
on my computer because I have that. I commissioned a open-ended story that has that exact plot line, and I needed to double check the date.
Also,
Also,
Dev?
our apologies to all the people who've played this game who are just like going right now.
Also, Dav, there's also another thing that kind of already throws stuff out of the window too already. Even if they didn't survive, if it was still no multiple timelines, it was still a single timeline. Why wouldn't the people of the future found oddly specifically modern things, or at least something that seemed off? Like more modern than it should be. Deeper.
Bad that impact was.
We call them time waves. These are still unfolding. Remember how the whole this is in parallel? Everything that's happening right now is in sync with your timeline in the future. Until that time wave hits, the things that happen now in the past won't affect the future.
Let's keep going.
And yes,
Butterfly
it's after
effect.
12. I was hoping to finish this chapter for 12. But
We're really close.
Yeah.
when I followed, I realized that I wasn't sure how to get back to my apartment. Surrounded by trees and the blanket of night, it was hard to make out where I stood. After wandering through the underbrush, I realized that the lights on the horizon had to be coming from the village. I made my way back. I returned to my apartment without much trouble. When I looked at the clock, I was surprised to see how much time had passed. Not having anything left to do for the day, I soon fell asleep into a deep slumber. Let me quickly save before it fully gets away from me, because that's the end of the chapter.
Oh boy.
Is it? Is it really?
Yeah.
That is quite a way to end off this chapter.
I'm gonna have to check the
At least I'm
VOD
pretty
because
sure
I missed the early part of the exposition dump, so I'm
At least
gonna have to
was-
go back.
Oh
and
wait,
read
never mind.
that.
It's not the end of the chapter. Never mind. I was wrong. Sorry, we still have stuff to do.
Okay.
Yay!
Oh my goodness.
Seems there's nothing for you to do this morning. Guess they don't need me at the police department. Not that I mind. Seems I got some messages. Let's see.
Message 1.
Hey, it's me. Do you have time to meet up again? I know you're busy, but Summer Festival is coming up soon. I'm not saying we should go, but we certainly could if you'd want to. In any case, call me if you hear this.
Also, message 1.
Well, let's meet with Orman.
Oh.
Yay!
Oh.
The little bean you can pick up. You want to just pick him up and hug him.
Hey,
Hey, Loram.
so this is where you live.
You
You've
already
been
know that.
here.
You've been here, you goof. You've
Yeah.
delivered
You
letters here.
delivered letters.
Well, actually, yeah, he was inside briefly.
He was inside. You greeted him at the door and you let him in.
I think he was too focused on the moment that he wasn't really taking it all in. Plus, there's Sebastian trying to hurry him away.
Okay.
You already got
There you go.
You already got a glimpse when you delivered Ress's letter, remember?
Yeah, but Back then, I didn't really notice anything. I was too nervous.
Why are you so nervous?
Well, there was the fact that I was going to speak to a human. Plus, I didn't know if you'd actually listen to what I had to say. Then, I also wondered if I was going to remember everything I wanted to tell you, or worse, I'd get thrown out again, like when I talked to Reza.
You actually talked to Reza?
Well, not really. He just took the letter that I had from him and closed the door. But that was before you arrived here.
Do you know who sent the letter?
It came through the portal, so I assume it was from a human.
I see.
By the way, did you hear about Ipsum? Apparently he's become a witness for a murder case.
Oh, I heard about that. Didn't know the witness was Ipsen, though. Small world.
If you would have did the follow-up, it
Mhm.
would have been him.
F?
Sorry, I had to turn off a light.
How could you know something like that?
Oh, I've been helping your police for some time now.
Really? Oh, does that mean that this has something to do with Reza's disappearance?
There's really no use denying it by this point.
How long have you been helping the police anyway?
Since the day of my arrival, really.
Oh, wow. I guess that explains why you've been so busy. I imagine you can't talk about it, though.
Don't really care anymore. Besides, I think it's become common knowledge at this point.
You're trying to find Reza, right? Wasn't he your friend?
Not sure I'd call him that. Definitely not now anymore, anyways.
Still, he was supposed to be your partner in this, and now he's just gone.
More worried about what he's doing now.
That expression just makes me want to hug him.
Even if we find him, this may put our diplomatic relationship in peril. I guess I shouldn't talk about stuff like that.
Why not?
It's no use worrying about things I can't change.
Right. Just focus on the things you can. That's my philosophy. You know, it's a bit of a shame you didn't want to go to the festival.
I already had my fair share of adventure last time we met. Besides, I should probably lay low for now.
You're right. The crowds could probably go crazy if they saw you. We could still watch the big fireworks show together, though. We wouldn't even need to go to the festival grounds to do that.
Sure, if you like.
It only takes place at the end of the festival, though.
When's that?
Just a few days from now.
You've been here a few minutes and already want to schedule our next get-together.
Get together? That's an odd way of phrasing it.
Would you prefer if I called it a date?
Ugh, I don't know. It just seems a bit odd to me, considering this all started with me begging you to meet me so I could draw pictures of you.
You did that, and then we went treasure hunting, which was your way of saying thanks.
What would I call... what would you call what we were doing here now, then?
Dinner. I invited you for dinner.
I'm not seeing anything here to eat, though.
Right. That's because I wasn't sure what's in the kitchen. I also don't know what you like, so let's order something.
There's a few places nearby. Do you want anything in mind?
I'm not really in the mood to try something new.
Pizza.
Sure. How about that pizza?
Sounds good.
Alright. Let's just call Pantoli's then.
They already let us down with the treasure hunt. Why do you think this will be any different?
They're the closest, and I haven't ordered anything from them in ages.
Maybe for good reason. If they can't even get a treasure hunt right, I don't want to know what they do with their pizzas.
It's just a pizza, Mel. How bad could it be?
Right?
They could put pineapple on it.
I need to have fun.
And yet, as I'm revealing my stance now, though, then again, to be fair, I've tasted straight pineapple. I found that I just don't like the taste of pineapple. Period. So even up, so
I found out cricket pizza exists, so there is worse.
Pepperoni pizza exists,
Nice.
so there's worse.
Alaska, they put fish on pizza there.
Peter's gonna hate. Yep, I'm gonna hate. I'm gonna hate.
I had salmon salad. Does that count?
All right, if you want to vouch for Pantoli's, go ahead. Actually, I think I got one of their menus here. Yep, here it is.
Let's see. Even their smallest pizza is probably going to be plenty big for me.
Definitely sounds like a Daft. We could
You
share
could use
one.
the pizza as a blanket.
We could share one.
Sure. What toppings would you like?
Steak and mushroom.
I think I'll go with salad.
That's typically what me and Rav get is a Philly steak and mushroom with barbecue sauce, if it's from Domino's.
That actually kind of sounds good. Now I'm craving pizza.
Well, to be honest, Rav doesn't handle pizza tomato sauce very well, so that's why we typically go for barbecue sauce in general.
Well, still,
I was-
that sounds amazing.
Yeah, or you can also do a white pizza. You don't have to do tomato sauce at all. You can just use, olive oil and cheese and tomato.
You know, I didn't watch the anime A Cafe Between Worlds. I instead decided to play Angels with Scaly Wings, and I'm being still taunted with more food than I expected.
Oh, I both have that anime.
Yes. If you haven't heard about that show, it's one of the food porn animes.
But the story's
No
really
kidding.
good.
The story seems to be really good. I only seen one episode, but it's good.
Yeah,
Any
I'm
case,
not saying it isn't. I'm just saying it's still in the food porn genre.
Anyway,
Anyways.
he wants salad.
Also, to each their own, sis. To each their own. But the mushrooms.
yeah, I'm too far away to read the chat, but I can read the game just fine.
Salad on a pizza.
I've seen that. It's actually pretty popular.
That's whereas he wants a salad at all. He looked like a
Yeah.
little meat eater.
That's a new one. Sounds interesting.
Interesting enough to try it?
Well, look at the other options first.
Alright. What would you like on your half?
Grapes.
Grapes. Ew.
Oh, that's
No.
Oh, but
Salad.
grapes.
You can choose the option after saying no.
Do you have any grapes?
Oh, there.
I don't,
Hi,
I
Rev.
don't want salad. I want salad.
Hi, love. You know what? I will go with salad.
Really? Alright.
I'm sorry, but raisin pizza's just no.
I'm pretty sure grapes would be terrible on pizza.
Unless it's like or like fancy pizza with fromage, cheese, or dates. I don't know.
I'll just place the order then.
Who's gonna pay for this?
I'm okay with grapes. I just don't think they'd go well in pizza, and definitely don't like raisins. That's why I'm making the joke raisin pizza, because raisins
Scalloped
are
pizza
grapes.
makes sense because onions, peppers,
Yeah.
that
Cheese,
green
onion, green pepper or red pepper,
Spinach.
mushroom, spinach.
Yeah, there's a lot of plants that go onto pizza.
It literally veggie pizza.
Yeah, they're calling it salad, but it should be just veggie pizza. It should be just like the
Well, the reason they
vegetarian.
can't.
There is
this would be
salad
more
pizza,
correct
like
calling this-
in Portland. There's like arugula and like actually like like dates and actual like little salad on top of the pizza. It's actually not that bad.
Rav, we went over the pineapple thing earlier. No, we are not going over the conversation. God damn it.
All right.
Hi, Rabs.
Orange pizza. Okay,
Yeah,
continue.
Yeah, this is what happens when
Place
the
the
noodle.
order. I'm hungry.
Mel's having a date with the little blue Dav.
Go ahead. Damn it.
So is this gonna be Adeline delivering it again?
I
Well,
hope
No,
so.
she delivers for the cafe.
Aww.
I'll get it.
Lorem got up and walked to the door. From my place on the couch, I couldn't see anything, but I heard a bit of talking before he returned to me carrying the square box. Because we didn't want to put in another side character for this scene.
I want to see how big the pizza box is compared to him.
Guess who just delivered us this box of goodness?
I don't know.
I was right.
Damn, Davwyn, you've been knocking it straight out of the park.
It was Adeline. I know her.
I guess it's not unusual for you to know each other. Your jobs are pretty similar.
Yeah, but it seems like she knows you too.
When did
I
you invite her in for pizza?
I do. What about it?
She asked me what I was doing in your apartment. I thought it was a bit strange.
Maybe she just tried to make some small talk.
Maybe.
Lorem opened the box and showed me the pizza we had ordered. Memories of days gone by raced through my head.
Alright, let's get this party started.
Don't we need more people for a party?
With pizza, anything's a party.
Pizza said,
Oh
got with
god,
you,
now I
it's
feel
not a bagel.
now this makes me feel that like just bad for that one time I had some pizza just by myself. It's like, yay, solo party, yay, I'm a sad lonely bastard.
I have to say,
It's not a
geez,
bagel.
Lorem,
You can party anytime.
Lorem is basically doing everything I would do. This is like I can just probably predict his lines at this point forward.
I feel like I haven't had pizza like this in ages.
What are you waiting for then?
I took one of the slices. On its surface, there was an obvious layer of grease that was sure to stain anything it came in contact with.
Yeah, is Lorem the kind of dragon who's going to eat the crusts or leave the crusts?
If he leaves the crusts, I'm just gonna say screw it. Lorem is me.
Anyways,
What do you think?
it's been way too long. Oh, Mom!
Guess you don't mind that we got Pantolis now, huh?
These words, he grabbed one of the slices on his half and bit into it. After chewing a few times, his expression suddenly twisted into a scowl. Is something wrong?
Now I remember why I haven't ordered something from Pistolis in a while. Their pizzas suck.
It's not that bad.
Maybe you just haven't had a good pizza to compare it to.
Hey, still better than nothing.
I suppose.
By the way, how's your game coming along?
I don't know. I've hit a wall.
Why is that?
Maybe I got in over my head, you know. The more progress I make, the more it becomes apparent I need a lot more help than I thought.
So far, you're the only one who's been working on this, right?
Yep, but I started to realize that it won't work out if I continue like this.
Also, Dronon, how dare you betray me? Why not?
It would never be done, or if it was, it would be very different from what I'd like it to be, if something needs to change.
Firewing, he's talked almost non-stop about his game in the previous chapters we've done. He's making a video game that involves, basically like The Sims, but involves mythological creatures, including humans.
God damn it, Dronon.
I suppose I'm just worried. Because once you start involving other people, things get a lot more complicated.
How so?
I've always been the odd one out, so I'm not sure how well I could work with a team. You have to find people, work out how to pay them, and how to divide the work.
Yep, so he lacks business management skills like me too.
I guess I just started to realize what kind of investment this would actually be.
You sounded a lot more optimistic the last time we talked about this.
Yeah, it's all fun in games when it's just you thinking about ideas of what you could turn into a game, but once you actually get started on it, it's a completely different story. At some point, it just becomes another job.
Isn't that what you expected?
Of course it is. I knew it would be a lot of work, but I guess I'm just not sure if it's all worth it.
I know that feeling.
He's basically explaining like 900 of my projects I've started and abandoned.
That depends on why you're making it in the first place. Last time you said that you had nothing to lose either way.
Well, maybe I was wrong about that. I do have something to lose.
What's that?
Myself. I'm not sure if I'm ready to do what is necessary to finish what I started.
If you think about it, what's the worst that could happen?
Investing a lot of time and money only to end up with nothing in the end? I could end up disappointing those who play the game, those who collaborated with me, and lastly, myself.
That's what you're worried about?
That's what being a creator is like. I put tons of work and effort into something. You want people to like it, right? If that's not what's going to happen, why do you do it in the first place?
But you're not doing this for other people, are you? It's your game, and your idea, after all.
Right, but...
You're not trying to cater to someone else. So what other people think is not important. Besides, what they think is outside of your control anyway. Just look at what happened with Pentoli's. Why do you think their pizza sucks?
They probably cut a lot of corners during production, and with the ingredients. They value quantity over quality, and they're only trying to get as many pieces out as possible to satisfy demand.
They're...
They are cheap and the pizza tastes like it.
Ah, god dang it. Not appropriate timing, but thank you Zoroark for the for donating shinies for the you inappropriate monster.
So far, most people seem to have they have a 50-50 chance of ever seeming to claim that on an inappropriate moment.
Okay, but they're still in business, so this must be working out for them somehow. Even if you don't like it, they are offering something other people clearly want. They probably don't give a damn about whether or not you like their pizza.
I'm sure they don't.
They just give people what they want, and that's why they stay in business.
Are you saying that I won't be successful if I don't cater to others?
No, I'm saying that unless being successful is the goal, you don't need to cater to anyone else. Because if you did, you would end up just like Pentoli's, and you would really lose yourself.
I guess you got a point.
So, what if other people like their greasy pizzas? That's not what you want to do.
Certainly not.
You said yourself that your philosophy is to focus on things you can change. So, what are your options here? A white person once said, do or do not. There is no try.
Not doing this has never been an option for me.
Then you make the most of it, and nothing else matters.
I think you're right. I should just focus on getting things done as best I can.
Who knows? Maybe you're wrong about Pentoli's. Maybe they're actually a big family restaurant with a rich tradition and history, and that's why people like them.
No, I still think that it's just because they have cheap pizzas.
Ah, they're Little Caesars.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's a good reason for my anxiety. I usually keep to myself, and that's always how I've worked best. If there's one thing that life has taught me, it's that people fear what they don't know.
People fear what they don't understand. That line used so much.
I guess that's an odd thing to say when humans are worshipped by many. Most of them don't actually know any humans. Not like I know you. Maybe I should rephrase that. People are afraid of what they don't understand. I was bullied a lot when I was a kid. You know, it can be pretty tough when you're growing up and all the other kids are always bigger than you are. Luckily, that was never a big problem for me. Even in kindergarten, we got told not to make fun of our differences because of how different our species are.
Not a big problem. Sorry.
It's just odd that for a society that celebrates our differences, there are still things that are too different even for them. When I grew up and went to college, I thought people would know better than to continue doing those horrible things, but I was ultimately proven wrong. Their bodies may have been those of adults, but their hearts stayed the same, in the same place they were a decade before.
Relatable.
Working on my own has helped, But that is treating the symptom, not the cause of the problem. I can't always just run away, and I'll have to step up to the limelight and brave the storm again if I want to finish this game. There's something about me that you don't know. In a way, I owe it to tell you, because you're going to find out sooner or later anyway, and when it happens, it should be on my terms rather than somebody else's.
What is it?
I'm a hermaphrodite.
Now, keep in mind, this is before intersex became a colloquial term. So forgive the terminology, everyone.
Could be used scientifically.
That too.
The Davwyn is not a hermaphrodite, so we have a difference finally. Just kidding. There are more differences, botany and such too, but...
I was born with both sets of sex organs, and before you ask, that is not something that is at all common in our dragon species. In the eyes of some, that makes me a freak of nature, something that needs fixing or shouldn't exist in the first place.
Well, I don't mind.
You don't?
Sure. Some people may think that it's odd, but I don't really care. It's just another part of who you are.
Oh, well, thank you. That's such a big relief. You know, it's not always the bullies that go after me once they know. Too often, it's also people who thought that Too often, it's also people who I thought were friends. So whenever I meet another person, I have to prepare myself for this conversation, not knowing whether or not all of a sudden they turn against me when they find out. And the reactions can be very different. And some get angry or make fun of me. Others feel betrayed and don't want to have anything to do with me anymore. By now, I think I've seen it all. I'm so glad that you're not like them, but it's always a gamble. Maybe the next person I tell isn't going to become violent. But how can I put myself out there when this could happen wherever I go? You know what I mean? What will people do when they find out about me and my game? I just don't know. That's what I'm worried about. I only wish there was a place that I could be safe from all that, where it just wouldn't matter that that is who I am. If someone like you, someone with a place of authority, said something, maybe that could change things. I know you can't interfere with their politics, though. You're an ambassador. Doesn't mean I don't have hope that something like this could happen one day. Maybe I should go now. It's getting late. You've made me feel a lot better, though. You told me not to worry about the future, and maybe you're right. Sure, there's still a lot of work ahead, but maybe it's not as hopeless as I thought.
It never is.
Hey, do you still want to see the fireworks show together? just give me a call in a few days so we can discuss the details.
I'll do that.
All right. See you then.
See ya.
Yeah, they barely touched their food.
Oh,
Oh.
you had a lot of baggage you had to
Another
put
free
down.
day. Yay me. So we are not going to spend it because honestly it's gotten very late.
Yeah, we're
Mm-hmm.
almost at 1 a.m. now.
So
So
we'll have
poor
to
Laura
finish.
also intersects beyond being tiny, eh?
Mhm.
Well, but that has nothing to do about his game. I mean, his game should be totally about his skills.
It's the same reason why you don't want to be an author on a book, because you instantly become famous. Everybody digs into your personal details.
All right, no, that's true enough. People do dig into things if they get fanboy or fan person about it, I guess.
And yeah,
I mean,
that get
it's-
out option definitely hurts. I do not know what they'd even write if they put that in. That would be soul crushing.
And I had to go through all of that for every single character.
What?
Every single get out, I hate you, run away.
Yeah, you.
Well, you didn't have to, and other than your desire to be completionist, but
Secret ending.
well, it's the same thing.
Ah.
I didn't have to play Undertale's murderous rampage. I learned of it, but I didn't have to do it.
Well,
play a game, you should
let's
play-
flip the coin. Even the first, okay, I can't really spoil it. It's not going to be happy. Until you actually get to the true ending, none of them are happy.
Well,
Mm.
thanks.
I'm going to crash here. I just wanted to say thanks for everyone and for those who listened in. I've had a wonderful evening, and I'm going to go sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about the
It
same
is.
for me.
Yeah.
Hot as
Same.
Satan's armpits here. Ugh.
So